This is the city clerk testing for council member Vera. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Terrific. Thank you. Welcome back, council members. The time is 7:02, and we are back from closed session. I'd like to remind and inform the public that at least a portion of this consolidated city council meeting is being conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953B, in that council member Vera is participating by speakerphone. In accordance with the Ralph M. Brown Act, his teleconference location has been identified in the notice and in the agenda for this meeting. And I've just confirmed that Councilmember Vera is available and can hear. Any and all votes taken during the teleconference portion of this meeting are required to be taken by roll call, and I will call each name and wait for the response to the vote from each member.
Great. Thank you, City Clerk. For those who are able, would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now I will read the oral statement of land acknowledgement. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino peoples past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of histories and identities of all indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. And there was nothing to report on in closed session, and I'll go to community announcements by members.
There may be one from the Disability Advisory Committee, so I'm checking on that, but can we come back to it after yours?
Sure.
Thank you.
We'll go to council members first. Okay, and we're going to try something new and limit announcements from members to 2 minutes. We'll start with Councilmember Vera.
Mayor, nothing from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was good.
Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a couple weeks, and I kind of forget how far back we went. Last weekend, for Valentine's Day, we had about an 8-hour love affair budget prioritization discussion where council and all the staff members and city manager got together and talked about our priorities. And as well as that, City Manager Jones and our staff leadership wrapped up their 5-stop listening tour in the Culver City community, listening to community members on what they think that we should be focusing our priorities on as well. And I was really happy to get some pretty consistent themes of the importance of kind of the basics of city management, and that's, you know, streets, sidewalks, parks, public safety, and doing all that very well. This past weekend, I was at the Independent Cities Association Winter Seminar, where I serve on the executive board. And what it is 42 of the 88 cities in LA County are the city council members and mayors attend these sessions twice a year, and we go over several issues. This weekend we went over cybersecurity, short-term rentals, the roles of the Coastal Commission, managing social media as elected officials, and smart revenue growth without using taxes. So that was on point. It was a great experience learning best practices from our neighbor cities in the area. And then finally, the last thing, this Sunday, the Screenland 5K. That's the very fun 5K run, walk, roll, however you want to get around. Dress up as your favorite TV or movie character and have a great time. It's at Ivy Station. I believe it begins, I would get there at 7 a.m. to be sure. And that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Ramadan Mubarak to all of our Culver City neighbors who are celebrating, and also to our neighbors who are observing Lent. I hope that this time is meaningful for you. Wanted to also lift up the Lunar New Year. Our Culver City event yesterday was absolutely amazing. Huge shout out to Edgar and all the Culver City staff, the Purple Magpie Mandarin Preschool, and all the team and volunteers. Just reflecting back to 2021 and starting Pride with our now Vice Mayor and Mayor, thinking about the MLK and Juneteenth Committee, establishing Hispanic Heritage Month, the Human Relations Committee, and it just really is meaningful to ensure that our city supports events and policy that affirm our community and is welcoming for all. So I'm really grateful to be a part of that, and I hope that folks really enjoyed this weekend. Also looking forward to seeing folks this weekend at Streamland. Hope folks are getting their costumes ready. And I just wanted to close in lifting up a sort of feminist quote that the personal is political, highlighting that personal experiences such as relationship dynamics, housework, or workplace discrimination are rooted in and shaped by broader social and structural power imbalances. And it suggests that individual problems are systemic, requiring collective political action rather than private solutions. I'm lifting this up particularly thinking about the BAFTA Awards last night that allowed the N-word with a hard ER to be displayed while editing out a mention to free Palestine. Even some of the dynamics that take place on this dais, all the way up to the White House, and our overall political climate, our behavior, the things that we norm, what we stay silent on, the things we choose to speak up about, they absolutely matter. So I'd also, in that sort of same vein, I'd like to request that we adjourn in memory of the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who passed last week. And if we have consensus, that's it for me. Thank you.
I see 4 nodding heads.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. This weekend, I was really grateful to attend the Single Stair Design Showcase, which took place here in Culver City at the home of former Mayor Megan Sally Wells. It was co-hosted by Abundant Housing Los Angeles and Livable Communities Initiative. Last year, Culver City became the first city in California to legalize single-stair residential buildings, unlocking naturally affordable housing. And these architects had come from all across the country, and they had traveled to Culver City to show off their beautiful building designs that we might soon see here in Culver City. So I just want to give a huge congrats to those winners. Your designs were beautiful and smart and exactly the kind of homes that our city needs. And I also wanted to just quickly uplift the Sepulveda Connects design workshops. We are still in the preliminary stages of the new vision for Sepulveda. And so please come give your input, make sure that your voice is heard. The second workshop, I think the first one already passed. The second one is Thursday, I think it's this Thursday, the 26th at 6 p.m. at the Senior Center. And the third one is March 17 at 6 p.m. And that might be the last one of this cycle. That one's at Vets Memorial. All right, thanks, Mayor.
Great, thank you. +1 on those celebrating Ramadan and Lent, and +1 on the strategic retreat. Also for the Lunar New Year, if you weren't able to attend, it was gorgeous and beautiful at the steps, and it was very well attended. Also in attendance was our Congresswoman Sydney Kamlager-Dev. And then shout out to Rosie from Purple Magpie Mandarin Preschool for her collaboration and for helping to organize the event. I also attended the night market on Friday night. It was the 3rd annual night market hosted at the high school. The event showcases the contributions of Asian, American, Native, Hawaiian, Pacific Islander diaspora, and it featured local businesses, student groups, creators, artists, entrepreneurs, service providers, and more. And then piggybacking on the listening sessions, I was able to attend 2 of the listening sessions with the city manager. So thanks again to all the public who turned out. There was great attendance even in the rain. The sessions were very informative and constructive, and just appreciation to the city manager who's taking council's requests to engage more with the community to heart. And that concludes my report. We'll now go to.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Mayor, we do have an update from the Disability Advisory Committee.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, City Council member. My name is Yuwok Lo. I'm the Vice Chair of the Disability Advisory Committee. I'm an architect by trade. We're excited to be here. I just want to be here on behalf of my committee to give you an update of some of the highlights that we had last year. Actually, and this year. The community worked with staff and created a ADA educational program. This is like first in its kind. And we presented the presentation on February 11, 2026. And it was a successful event with attendee including staff, committee members, and the public, and members of the public. So that's it. I just want to give it a quick highlight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
That's it.
Okay, now we will move to our presentation to City Council, presentation regarding the Safe Parking LA program and services.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Puza, Vice Mayor Fish. My name is Matthew Tekle. I'm the Executive Director of Safe Parking LA, and I'm very appreciative for the opportunity to share a little bit about our work this evening. So I mentioned a little bit about who I am, but I hope you have maybe heard of the concept of safe parking, which is a relatively new intervention serving individuals and families that are experiencing vehicular homelessness. And next slide, please. I'd like to talk a little bit about our organization. So first I'll start with talking about Safe Parking LA. So we are one of about a half dozen providers in Los Angeles County that provide this intervention strategy. Next slide, please.
It's not working.
Oh, we might be stuck.
Okay.
There we go. So what is safe parking? It's exactly what it sounds like. So we utilize lots that are not in service overnight to provide a refuge and haven and a place of safety for people and families that are living out of vehicles. We are the largest and oldest provider of this service here in LA County. We started in 2017. And as I mentioned, we're part of a network. So we are the largest in the sense that we operate about 40% of the county's inventory in our organization. But we have sibling agencies that do this work all throughout LA County as well. Since 2017, when we first were envisioned and implemented, we have permitted over 3,000 vehicles to this point. And our work comes from the faith community. Our original safe parking lot was on the grounds of Leo Baeck Temple, which is by the Getty Center. And since then, we've grown to now encompass 6 program sites and 143 spaces. Next slide, please. Our mission is pretty simple. We provide safe overnight parking to facilitate stability and housing for individuals living in their vehicles, and to advocate for fair and equitable treatment and resources for these unhoused folks. Our vision is that all individuals and families that are currently experiencing vehicular homelessness have an expedited pathway to safety and housing through a system that opens doors and overcomes barriers. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight a quote from one of our past participants. This is David Mays. You might have seen some of his profiles in the LA Times. Steve Lopez has been following him for a couple of years since he first came into contact with us at our veterans program, and is now safely housed, matriculated through our program, and is doing great. But I think this photo of David and one of our case managers, as well as this quotation here, really highlights the impact of our program on the individual. Next slide, please. So most folks think about safe parking as wholly about what happens on the lots, right? What is the actual lot operations? And that is a big part to play, but actually there's a lot that happens up until somebody is actually permitted into our program. For example, we operate a 7 days a week community warm line that we call a warm line because it's not a hot line. People aren't in crisis, and it's not a cold line in the sense that we will call you back. We actually staff this 7 days a week, as I mentioned, and we're able to assist and understand that person's or a referral to us, and we can do everything up to enrollment into our programs through that warm line. That warm line also does a lot of parallel referrals, so we operate almost as a de facto access center, sort of like a 211 light. So a lot of folks call us that are housing unstable, or that they have family or friends that are currently experiencing vehicular homelessness or need assistance, and our expert specialists are able to help navigate those resources that are available, up to and including, as I mentioned, enrollment in our program sites. So safe parking during the evening, I mentioned that we are an overnight program. Generally, we operate 12 hours, 7:30 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. with a little bit of fluctuation. What's great about this model is that it is translatable. One thing that we do have here in LA County in excess is vacant parking lots in the evening. And so we feel like this is a creative solution to address the needs of people that are experiencing vehicular homelessness, while also being attentive to business owners and residents that also have folks that are parking in front of their homes or businesses during the evening. There's also an opportunity here to provide stabilization services for these folks, because frequently the people that we see that are in vehicles are a little bit higher upstream from encampment-based homelessness. These are folks that have low acuity, generally have some sort of income, and are just looking for stability and safety. There's a lot of research out there that shows that people that are in cars will eventually become completely unsheltered and will be high utilizers of the system over time. So if you're able to provide an intervention strategy that is tailored and fits and responds to that person or family's unit, that family unit's experiential homelessness at that moment, you can actually take that turn away from chronic homelessness and into stability. And it's very light touch at this point. These are folks that generally, as I mentioned, have readily available transportation. They're working, or they have some sort of income. They have networks that they can rely on. So it is very light touch for that little jump to get them into something a little bit more stable than their vehicles. And truthfully, we don't believe that a vehicle is a long-term solution for folks. And truthfully, this isn't going to solve vehicular homelessness as well, but it does provide an option for people that is tailor-made to that very specific community. Next slide, please. On the lots themselves, we provide overnight security and sanitation services, and we couple that with case management. So we have in-house staff that provide housing stabilization plans for each individual or family unit, understands what resources are available to them based on their very unique experiential homelessness, and then helps them move towards that stability. We do not have any timelines or necessities for people to keep enrollment so long as they are still utilizing the program over time. We ask that people try to move towards stability, and we help them, but as you are probably very well aware, homelessness can be quite messy for a lot of folks. We use this case management and resource navigation as an opportunity for stabilization, but that is becoming increasingly more difficult, as I'm sure you are also very aware. Recent budget cuts that we're seeing at the county, as well as locally within municipalities, is deeply impacting the community of people experiencing homelessness. There's just smaller and smaller slices of the pie that are available to folks. So programs that are low cost and high impact are actually quite prudent in these really challenging fiscal times. We're able to provide direct emergency funds and financial assistance for our program participants as well. A lot of the people that enroll in our programs just need very light touch. For example, a rental deposit. That is all a lot of folks will need to become self-reliant on their own and stabilize because they are working. So we're able to do that. Sometimes it's about a car repair, because the car is not just transportation for a lot of our folks, it's also a means of employment and in shelter. So we really, really want to focus on making sure that they're safe and legal on the roads, because we all know how easy it is to get tickets in these communities around here as well. And then finally, I mentioned this earlier, but we're also incorporated within the CES. So All of our case management team is utilizing HMIS and Clarity and can do referrals to interim housing, permanent TLS when that was available, and other opportunities for that individual or family unit. Next slide, please. Here's a map of our service areas. We don't drill down exact addresses, and that's for the privacy of our participants. I'll just tell you, when a safe parking program is in operation, you don't even know. It just looks like a parking lot. And that's the point, because people are there to come and rest their head. But we do have one program site that I wanted to note, which is number 4 there. It's that mid-city lot. It's actually right on the border of Culver City in Council District 5 off of National Boulevard. So it's quite close to here, actually. And it's one of our most popular locations just because of the proximity it is to most of Los Angeles. But we do have a major portfolio here in West LA in Service Planning Area 5. We have a program site up in the Valley, in San Fernando Valley. And then we have metro sites as well. Along with our mixed population lots, we do operate 2 what we call vulnerable population lots. So we have a veterans program that is sited right now on the West LA VA campus, so pretty close to here as well. And then we have a women's program that we have just stood up that operates out of Echo Park. The women's program is exactly what it sounds like. It's for women and women head of households. So if they have kids, they're also welcome in our program. It's staffed by primarily women, including our security officer and case management team. And we're really hoping to provide very direct services that are specific to that community, because we have heard from our case managers as well as from our participants that there are needs that were not being addressed within our mixed population lots. Yes, next slide. Thank you for keeping me on time. Here's a couple of statistics. I did share our latest impact summary with you, which is very new. So this is actually a year prior, but you can actually see some of our updated statistics to just give you a sense of what our impact is. A couple things that I want to highlight here is that, out of about 500 or so people that we see, about 174 folks transitioned out into what we call a positive housing outcome. And that means they have exited their vehicle into something more stable, whether it is an interim, permanent, or self-resolution pathway. So it is high impact work, and it is very low cost because of the acuity of the folks that we serve. Unfortunately, the system as it is built currently, those aren't the folks that are prioritized, with good reason. I think people that are high acuity and that are particularly vulnerable need to be addressed and need prioritization. But the problem is that the pipeline is also not being addressed. And you need a menu of options that is a clean and consistent continuum all the way from people's first or second falling into homelessness, or people that have been on the streets for 10 plus years. So this is a lot to go through, but vehicular homelessness is a plurality of the unsheltered population. Last year's count, 21,000 people were experiencing vehicular homelessness. Most people look to encampment-based homelessness or other street-based homelessness as like what most folks are experiencing, but that's not the case. However, people in cars are that pipeline. So it is important that they are being understood, and they are poorly understood, unfortunately, at this point, and also being offered an intervention strategy that is tailored to that need. I mentioned this already, relatively low acuity and actively seeking housing, but without the stabilization services of a program like Safe Parking, unfortunately, they're kind of waiting, and they're having to go to more traditional systemic opportunities, which aren't appropriate, quite honestly, for a lot of folks. I mentioned this also. We are facing impending budget cuts. So the Measure A budget was particularly bleak and sobering. Safe parking as an intervention strategy has been zeroed out. So 4 county-funded lots are slated for demobilization come July 1. The city of LA has the remaining portfolio, and so we're in active conversation with our partners at the city to talk about why this is important in the continuum. It's valuable. It brings real impact to your communities. As I mentioned, we are low cost, high impact, and we are very, very nimble. All you need is a lot. Once you have that lot, it can be turned and transformed into a place of healing, a place of stabilization, and a place that has real value for our communities. So I hope I'm within the time still, but I'll open it up if there's any questions or comments for me as well. And here's my contact info. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for the presentation.
Yeah.
We'll go to questions from Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I agree with you. It's that low-hanging fruit. I think that is most important to get, the help to ASAP to really prevent them from falling further into homelessness. But other than that, I'd really like to move forward and try to look into how we can somehow maybe make this happen in our city. But I appreciate the presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Matthew. Really appreciate it. I do have a couple questions. What's a typical capacity for one of these safe parking locations?
Great question. So based on economies of scale, around 20 is what we're hopeful as kind of a bottom efficient use of resources, and we can go up to 50. So we had a site at LAX that was 50 slots.
Okay.
So,
All right. Thank you. And are you doing both public and private property?
yes. So
Okay.
we have program sites that are on public right-of-way, our municipal locations, and then private lots as well.
Okay. And then in terms of staffing requirements, how many people, I guess, per 20? Like a 20-person or
Yeah.
20 vehicle lot?
Sure. Typically, it's one case manager. That's about an average caseload, 20 to 25 folks. And then security and sanitation are the other two major line items. There are other additional bells and whistles, and I'm happy to provide more detail on each aspect of what our program entails.
Okay.
But those are the three main ones.
Great. And then with the showers and bathrooms, showers probably require power, right?
Correct.
So there has to be some electrical amenities on site?
Water, power, and sewer access are the three if we're going to do any sort of shower programming on the site. But it's not required, and truthfully, we only have one program site that's being stood up for shower service right now.
Okay.
So really, it's just we can actually use a porta potty, and that is locked during operational hours, and we're good to go, and a hand washing station.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, have you also approached the West Side COG?
Yes, they are familiar with us.
Okay.
I think it's time we revisited, given all the conversations that are happening. I appreciate the
Yeah, the pooled funding with resources. Okay, great, thank you, appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. I've had the opportunity to visit one of your sites, probably the closest one, the Mid-City one, I suppose, probably about 2 years ago. You had anyway, it was a well-maintained. We were there for maybe about an hour or two. It, like you said, was just another parking lot. Folks trickled in, got water, whatever support they needed, and went about their evening. So we've continually been trying to find opportunities for a safe parking kind of build out. So I do appreciate you coming and giving us this presentation, and I hope that we have an opportunity to partner as we move forward and are building out our housing and human services and homeless services portfolio of options. So thank you for your time and your dedication. And I do really appreciate you lifting up the concerns about funding. It's incredibly, I think more service providers should be yelling from the rooftops about what's happening, because it's going to impact all of us in ways that it's hard to tell at this time. So thank you for lifting it up in your presentation.
Thank you, Council Member.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Thank you so much. I'm really grateful that we're having this conversation, because I was on the Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee here. We were talking about this for a long time. I think we were working on the safe camping, which is now our wellness village, so we just didn't get here yet. But I want to just ask if, you said a sample or a typical size, it would be 50 cars. Is that what you said?
Between 20 and 50.
20 and 50?
Yeah.
And then what would be a roundabout cost of those? And you don't have to, you're not being quoted or anything. I'm just curious.
Sure,
what
depends on the size, and if we want to do a full program. Our current SRS with LASA is $40 per night, but that doesn't cover true cost, so we supplement that with philanthropic dollars. For about 20 people, or 20 slots, it'd probably be about closer to 50 per
Okay,
slot,
50
per evening.
Per evening, okay. And then we have, a mobile crisis team that does a lot of, outreach to folks on the streets. And I don't know if they typically survey or talk to folks who are in their cars or not, but how do you integrate with existing? It sounds like you have your own hotline and you have your own
Yes.
way people call, but how do you integrate with, existing systems? Because I think we would want, I don't know for certain, but I think we'd probably want some kind of integration with what we're doing and the folks that we're already serving, but I'm curious what your experience with that.
I'm so grateful you brought that up because that is absolutely critical as well. So integrating with the outreach system, whether through current MDTs or more local municipal funded programs, LASA HET. So historically, we have not functioned as particularly embedded within some of these outreach teams, but we're piloting some of that work. And yes, we rely on our outreach system to provide throughput to us. So we do have strong connections, usually at care coordination or case management levels, but we're talking about what collaboration looks like in some of these very specific municipalities and jurisdictions like Culver City. So we would be very, very interested in chatting with your outreach apparatus as well.
That's great to hear. I mean, I think this program is really important. Folks who live in their cars often, experience crime.
Yes.
They're often victims of crime, and they often incur parking tickets because it's really hard to find a place to just exist. This is great, and I hope we can move forward and find some resources for this program here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks again for the presentation and the transparency about funding and the reality of the situation. And I agree that there needs to be a menu of options that's specific to individuals and family needs. Does it accommodate RVs? I don't know if you brought that up.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. We do not currently accommodate RVs, and that is mostly because our program sites are only 12 hours. You would need a 24-hour site with actual infrastructure to serve that community. There are pilots that are now being stood up or have been stood up. More specifically, there's a program in South LA in Supervisor District 2. They just wrote up about it in LAist about a day ago. So yeah, it's something we're exploring, but it's a different community.
Understood. Thank you. As for the Housing Committee, Subcommittee, is this something that's already in the works? Is there something that we can agendize?
Yeah, Mayor, I think this was something that was discussed around the creation of the Housing and Homelessness Department and the emergency. I don't know if there's been any movement on safe parking since then. There might have been a pilot that might have been scheduled, but I think that was contingent on some funding that maybe we did not move forward on. So maybe we should just put it in the queue. Maybe it can be added to the March or April meeting.
Yeah, we'd love that. An update would be great.
So is that consensus to remand to the Housing Subcommittee? And that's 4 nodding heads. And Councilmember Vera? Okay, 4 nodding heads.
They wouldn't let me unmute. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm nodding also. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. 5 nodding heads. Terrific. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, now we will move to joint public comment on items not on the agenda. City Clerk, how many public speakers do we have?
I believe we currently have 15.
Okay, we'll do 90 seconds each.
Okay, great. And I have a statement regarding hate speech and decorum that I'll read. Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected. Meeting attendees are expected to observe the rules of decorum by treating others with courtesy, listening respectfully, providing fair and equal treatment for all persons and matters coming before the City Council, and allowing others to speak without interruption or intimidation. These guidelines help ensure a productive and accessible environment for all members of the public to engage in their local government process. Finally, while the council is here to listen to your comments regarding issues affecting the community, please remember that public comment is not a forum for two-way conversations with council members or other individuals in the meeting. All comments should be directed to the mayor and the city council as a whole. And we are, for the purposes of our first meeting, we are going to try to enforce something that has been on our agenda at all times, and that is an aggregate total minute amount for the joint public comment session of 20 minutes. And anyone who, after that 20 minutes, will be reconsidered, hopefully by the mayor, to come in at our second period at the end of the meeting. So we ask that you come up and say what you've got to say, and if you're done, say thank you, I yield my time, and let the next person come up. And with that, we are going to start with...
I'll read it. So we have 15 people signed up to speak at this time. We'll start with Monica Richardson, Ronald Ostrin, who's been seated time, Crystal Alexander, Tommy Whitaker, Kimberly Thornton, Melissa Sanders, Kazia Kumbler, Joy Rodriguez, who's been seated time, Kristen Meehan, Patrick Godinez, Judy Sherman, Samantha Mota, Marta Valdez, Sebastian Hernandez, and Janice Paradise. And we'll start with Monica Richardson.
And just so everyone can see, there's a line on the video wall. It'll count you down, so take a look over there every once in a while to make sure you're within your time limit. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm here to save Overland from you guys ruining it by taking away right-hand turn lanes, removing all parking on the west side, and some even on the east side. People work, they're retired, they're old, they need care and visitors. They need curb access like it is. Moms need to drive to the grocery store with infants and toddlers. They're not on a bike to get food, drive small children to school when it's too far. I was one of those mothers. Culver City did a study in 2020 and said that the current bike lane is sufficient. I'm driving from National all the way down. This is a major artery. You cannot change this. You must not change this. If I am on Overland at Venice and I come up to Washington, you are going to remove that right turn lane. Now those two lanes, that one right turn lane now becomes both right and straight. You only have one lane going straight. You're going to do the same thing at Culver, and there's the senior center there. People have to cross the street. So you're going to get backed up all the way to Venice, just at the beginning of this idea. Never mind, there are 4 communities of seniors. You say you care about people. There's a lot of seniors, moms and dads with children, people with wheelchairs who have to get over that thing, and there are a lot of cyclists who don't like it. But I'm really, it's about the, disability thing and what's going to happen with the backup. I lived here, I'm sure you didn't, when that right lane was put in. I lived here then. It made it better. Don't take it away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ronald Ostrin, but I'm not seeing him online. So we'll skip to the...
He's at home, he can't talk, so can I speak for him?
Are you Leslie?
Are you Leslie?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, go ahead.
Totally out of my comfort zone.
Go for it.
Hi, I'm Leslie Ostrin, totally out of my comfort zone.
Can you speak into the mic?
I'm short.
Thank you.
I live off of Overland, and I'm definitely opposed to what's being proposed to Overland. The changes are going to be disastrous. Overland's a major thoroughfare, and it gets backed up with cars during school arrival, school dismissal, rush hour, and what you guys are, or what is being proposed is just disastrous. Please rethink it.
Our next speaker is Crystal Alexander, followed by Tommy Whitaker, and then Kimberly Thornton.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm here as Crystal Alexander, and I'm the chair of the PRCS Commission, but I speak as an individual commissioner tonight. And I want to give my heartfelt thanks to every member of the community who went to the city manager's city conversations in support of our park system. And I'm also very pleased to hear that at the retreat that the city council members had, that was rising to the top of the class. I know sometimes as we sit there as commissioners, it sometimes feels like the Hunger Games trying to move things on the map to meet all the pent-up demand that we have in the community, not only now, but also for all the new residents that will be coming into all the housing that is being brought to our city. We truly have the third space for everyone to use in our park system, and we would like it to be the best that it could be. So I would just like to echo the motto of the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department, which is parks make life better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tommy Whitaker, followed by Kimberly Thornton, and then Melissa Sanders. And Tommy Whitaker is online. Tommy, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I would like to firstly extend my appreciation for the Culver City Police and Fire Department. A little over a week ago, the incident that occurred at Fox Hills Mall was harrowing to experience. That had been completely unexpected and shocking to say the least. The response time from our police department was exceptional, as well as the diligence from fire and EMS. Secondly, as we near city budget time approval, I want to implore the need for our green spaces in our beautiful city to become even more beautiful with the proper funding for them. As most of our residents know, there are multiple baseball fields that need a complete rehab, as well as many of our parks. Often overlooked, and many times residents are not aware of the amount of money that it takes to keep our city's third spaces clean, updated, and for renovations. But it is a necessary cost for a safe place for our children to play and for us adults to take in fresh air and have a moment of peace. Thank you, City Council, for keeping this in mind in the upcoming months. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kimberly Thornton, followed by Melissa Sanders, and then Kazia Kumbler.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Kimberly Thornton, the Senior Property Manager at Ivy Station and the co-chair of the Women in Business Committee. And this is Nikki Holton, the Vice President of Operations of Culver City Chamber of Commerce. We're excited to invite you to our 10th Annual Women in Business Leadership Awards on Friday, March 13th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Shea Hotel at Ivy Station.
This year, we're honoring 5 amazing women. The first one is Dr. Michelle Catanzarite. She's the Chief Medical Officer at Achievable Foundation. She's the winner of our Visionary Award. We also have Sharon Angel, who's the owner of A North Production. She is the innovator. We also have Wendy Hamill, who's the ED at Culver City Education Foundation. She's the winner of our Julie Lugosero Nonprofit Leader Award. Denise Ambrosi, who's the founder of These Handmakers Collective. She's our Joselle Smith Trailblazer Award. And Leilani Terrace, who is the owner of Laid Cookies, is the winner of our Founder Award. Our tickets are available now at culvercitychamber.com. We have some flyers here tonight with the QR code for easy registration that are available in the back of the room for anyone that's interested in registering. We hope that you'll join us in celebrating these outstanding leaders in the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Kazia Kumbler and then Joy Rodriguez. Melissa Sanders is online. Melissa, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening. I'm excited for these new chamber changes. I also am here to promote parks and spaces and anything we can do to make them more enjoyable, usable, friendly for all would be great. I also am against the Overland project and the Sepulveda Move 2.0. You guys are here sitting talking about safe parking, and now they won't have any parking places. But that's, a whole other hypocrisy upon you, you guys. So I really think it's important for everyone to start looking at the city as a whole. You're talking about basically destroying the traffic patterns on two major arteries. You're going to block in Vets Park Arena. You want 300 units built at that corner where the Denny's was, where Jefferson Sepulveda meet, and put an In-N-Out there. I don't know what in the world you're thinking, but none of that's going to go well with all of these changes happening in a short period of time, let alone at all. So you guys might want to do a bigger picture thought and think about what the community needs, not the 58 bicyclists at the peak time over the course of an entire day. It makes no sense when we have other easier, better ways to look at things. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kazia Kumbler, followed by Joy Rodriguez, and then Kristen Meehan.
Hi, it's Kasia Kumbler. I'm here, because I love parks and I love third spaces, and I want parks to be as hospitable and welcoming as possible. So I'm actually here for the Windsor Hills Pizza, supporting them. As I was leaving the house tonight, my 11-year-old, who's been enjoying the pizza at the park Wednesday nights for years, asked me where I was going, and I told her I was coming here, and she said, in response to Pam Bondi's comment about the crime in Culver City, she said, the worst crime in Culver City is thinking about taking the pizza away from us on Wednesday nights. The kids love it. The community needs it. It's a family-owned business that brings nothing but joy to...
Asia?
Yeah?
This is an item's not on the agenda. That's actually item A1.
Yeah,
Are you
that's what I
to
signed up for.
Okay, this is items not on the agenda. We'll call you when the time is right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Joy Rodriguez, followed by Kristen Meehan, and then
Hi, I'm
Patrick
here to
Gosnell.
talk about the Overland's Sepulveda mess that you guys want to create, like you guys already did here on Culver Boulevard. It's a nightmare during traffic hour just to get past four lights. It's like 30 minutes. So imagine Overland and Sepulveda, which is used even more than Culver Boulevard. It's going to be a traffic nightmare. But anyhow, I want to say I find it ironic how the board likes to talk about representing renters' rights, and you are about equity, but in this case, you have absolutely no problem moving forward with this proposal that will disproportionately affect renters and punish us because we can't afford to own a home just for the benefit of a very few people. Many of us that live in apartments depend on street parking and our vehicles because we don't have a driveway or a garage to park our cars in. Now I have to worry about my 17-year-old and my 20-year-old daughter having to walk several blocks at night when they come home late at night from work or school functions. It's absolutely disappointing that you would consider this proposal without considering the harm that this will cause the rental community. I see the city always pushing for affordable housing, and many of that housing is in the form of apartments, which is fine, but how can you say you're for affordable housing when the only affordable housing that currently exists in this city is rental housing, is being targeted just for the benefit of a few privileged individuals?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kristen Meehan, followed by Patrick Godness, followed by Judy Sherman. Is Kristen Meehan here? Let me just double check. Not seeing her online. Moving on to Patrick Godness, who's here. So we followed by Judy Sherman and then Samantha Moda.
Hello, I come to stand before you as a Culver City interim housing participant, and for the sake of the public, I also sit on the advisory committee on housing and homelessness. I would like to publicly comment. To my knowledge, there are some changes occurring in the county regarding housing and homelessness. It seems like the new creation of the LA County Department of Homeless Services and Housing, HSS, will coordinate a regional approach to homelessness by combining housing, health, and social services, and will also manage the interim and permanent housing, outreach, and preventative with an $843 million budget for 2026 and 2027. I read that the city has contributed $5.6 million in tax revenue in 2022 through Measure H, which is now Measure A. Basically, I'd like to make sure that the city looks at the total amount of tax dollars that we contributed to the county versus the amount that we got back or are planning to get back. I don't want Culver City taxpayers to pay more than they should and not get back a fair share. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy Sherman, followed by Samantha Mota and Marta Valdez. And Judy Sherman is online. Judy, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, City Council. I'm a Fox Hill resident and with Fox Hill Neighborhood Association. I am not surprised that the appeal put forth by the SAFER organization that deals with environmental justice issues was denied by this council. I know that you are intelligent, and if you at least were honest with yourselves, I believe you know that the SAFER org was correct in their assessment, and that the 2,000-page analysis of the city was not. But I guess to hide behind these extensive reports by the city maybe makes you sleep better at night. Good leadership includes looking at an issue in a holistic way, and none of you even mentioned that there were 4 other development in the works in Fox Hills, with the 5757 Uplander one, which will tally 3,000 units total. Also, we expect that a city council will abide by basic tenets of the city's code, zoning code, which includes language specifically about respecting the character of a residential neighborhood, which sadly you are ignoring, as you have ignored even discussing the 100 units density designation of Fox Hills in any of your meetings. However, it's not a problem for any of you to get a nodding head for any other issue. The Chamber of Commerce so far has been very supportive of the overdevelopment in Fox Hills, and now that Dan O'Brien is their new CEO and president, it surely appears that there is a conflict of interest with him, as he's also a sitting member on the council. I do also believe that the rest of you making the decisions for Fox Hills have your proxies on the Planning Commission, which is very much in favor of asphalting Fox Hills. We need leadership that looks at the big picture fairly and doesn't use equity as a punchline. Is that it?
Yes. Our next speaker is Samantha Mota, followed by Marta Valdez and Sebastian Hernandez. Go ahead.
Hello, City Council members, city staff, and community members. My name is Samantha Mota. I am a community activist, advocate, and organizer and a candidate running for the 37th district, which encompasses Culver City. I am here to encourage City Council to incorporate AB 551 into the city's zoning code to support policy development, community needs assessments, and to improve local food systems and promote sustainable agricultural practices as stated in the Culver City General Plan. AB 551, or the UAIZ, advances urban agriculture through offering reduced property tax rates to private vacant lot owners who lease their vacant lots to urban farmers that will utilize the land for agricultural and animal husbandry purposes. It will aid in the reinforcement and strengthening of plans, policies, and programs set forth by Culver City, like the General Plan, the Urban Forest Master Plan, the Food Waste and Organics Recycling Program, and the Sustainable Business Certification Program. This includes the endorsement of a plant-based treaty by Council Member Brian Fish, which calls for governments to respond to the climate emergency by halting the widespread degradation, promote a shift to a more sustainable plant-based diet, and to restore the key ecosystems. The UAIZ was adapted after the Williamson Act. It is a response to the commercial and residential development that threatens to engulf millions of acres of state lands. In the next decade, thousands will be consumed by urban development. As an incorporated city of Los Angeles County, all council has to do is amend a local ordinance. In the past decade, there were more than 48,490 eligible vacant lots across Los Angeles County, 88 cities. Why not be one of them?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marta Valdez, followed by Sebastian Hernandez, and finally Janice Paradise.
Good evening, Mayor Puza, Vice Mayor Bubba Fish, and council members. I'm here to first, I want to acknowledge, and Mr. Jones, great presentations, I loved them. I'd first like to acknowledge our fabulous police department. When your budget comes up, please give them everything they want. They're spectacular. They're keeping our city safe. And if they need tools to keep us safe, approve it. And also, I really appreciate you guys having the meet and greets. I learned a lot, especially on your Saturday one. And now I know how to present to Mr. Fish and what you consider safety. That being said, I'm going to first read something that Sonia Caron, you all know her. She wasn't able to come tonight, but she wanted me to read this. She said, "Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I am asking the council to reconsider implementing a traffic calming corridor on Overland Avenue. The previous corridor on Culver Boulevard was reversed after significant disruption to traffic flow, businesses, and accessibility. Overland is a major artery. Removing lanes and parking will increase congestion, push traffic into neighborhoods, and disproportionately impact seniors and residents with disabilities who rely on accessible parking close to services. I respectfully ask the council to explore safety improvements that do not remove lanes or ADA access, and to conduct a transparent pilot with measurable success criteria before making permanent changes." And at that meeting, you said you needed to have criteria, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sebastian Hernandez, followed by Janice Paradise.
Good evening. I came here to talk about two things today. First, there was a woman who's a resident at Dino's who had a lot of things to say about Exodus and how she was not being assisted in helping her daughter out of a trafficking situation. Sorry. Okay, well, while I get that working, the other thing I came to complain about is that when I pulled up to Paradise Inn today to do our regular mutual aid, I found my friend Janice back there arguing with the Urban Alchemy Guard. She had just been kicked out, put on the street with just a basket of her belongings, had to ask to get her heart medication. So right now, she's going to be staying on the street due to a situation because she had an argument, a verbal altercation, verbal only, with a motel owner. The fact that the motel owner has the sway, the leeway to put an old-ass woman, annoying-ass woman out on the street, I brought her here because we had this opportunity to address the council, address the public, and let them know that this is the pathway for complaints that happen at the Paradise. So I would like to know what's going to be able to help this woman to get back into the housing tonight, get back into the room where her belongings still are. Where is she going to stay? Where is she going to stay? The other thing is, my friend Veronica at Dino's wanted to say Exodus is poop. Not in those words, but they need to be checked. They need to be checked all the time, and they need to have more support over there at Dino's. Thank you very much. Janice, it's all you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Janice Paradise.
You did good. I really don't, I'm just really not going to say much. Hello? I hope you guys can hear me. I didn't plan on being here, but I'm with my friend that has been wonderful in all the time that I've stayed there. He does all this out of the goodness of his heart to help a lot of people, a lot of people. I have to question, the city of Culver City is spending quite a bit of money to help people that have problems with where they're living. I wonder if you understand, if you know the people that are really running these programs and how they're running it. I don't know if you know, but I question some of this because I love Culver City, but I really question some of the authority of people, and I really want it to be better. It's the only way to put it. I want it to be better. So it's people like this man and a couple of others that I've met that don't really work for Culver City that stand out for me. So I just thought I'd say that. Okay? I can't.
Tell them, do you want to be back in the room
Do I what?
Do you want to go back to Paradise tonight?
Not to the, I'm having difficulty where I'm at, and I tried to work with city council, or I tried to work with the city, but now the city housing has changed. There's been changes, and I still need some help with people that might be a little higher. So if I just feel that maybe I'm going to need somebody up here's help. That's all I have to say. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of our speakers.
Mayor, if possible, and this is something that I've requested in the past, I would really, and maybe this needs to be, hopefully we can support Ms. Janice today, but long-term, would love if we could bring back an opportunity to have, or some sort of regular feedbacks, and I know I've asked for this before from the dais, but regular feedbacks from folks who are experiencing our programs, so that we have a direct feedback loop from folks who are experiencing our programs and the council, so that we, not saying that we don't get as frequently the updates that we used to about how the programs are going, but when we did, everything was wonderful. Rainbows, unicorns, all those things, and I believe two things can be true at the same time, but hopefully we can create some sort of a mechanism that we can regularly, whether that's through a survey or an actual, maybe a subset of the Advisory Committee of Housing and Homelessness. I don't have strong feelings about how that feedback comes, but I do think that's a critical piece that's missing right now, and I've been hearing rumblings about negative feedback for a little while now. We want to make sure our programs are doing what we hope that they do. Thanks for considering.
I'm sorry, so what is exactly the consensus for?
So what I'm requesting is hopefully two things. For Ms. Janice to be helped immediately. I don't know if a member of the Love Team, Mobile Crisis, or anyone from Housing and Homelessness can support her today. So that's number one. But number two, having a conversation brought to Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee about how we set up a proper mechanism for feedback from folks who are experiencing our programs, whether that be a subset of the Advisory Committee of Housing and Homelessness or a regular survey, or something that maybe staff has that I have not thought of in the past 5 minutes. But yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Thank you. So it's another remand to the Housing Subcommittee to review how to set up a mechanism for feedback. Great. Thank you so much. And I would like to say that I'm very pleased to announce that this public comment session took 20 minutes. Yay, us.
Wow. Okay. May I get a motion to receive and file correspondence, verbal?
So moved.
Second. Whoops. Please hold one moment.
Councilmember Rivera is awake.
I'm sorry, you had a motion by the mayor?
Councilmember O'Brien.
Oh, O'Brien, thank you. And the second, I'm going to call Councilmember Vera. Please vote. How do you
Aye.
vote? Thank you. O'Brien?
Aye.
And Vice Mayor Fish?
Aye.
And Mayor Puza?
Aye.
And Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Who is not able to vote currently because we didn't do the roll call to add you back in when you arrived at 5:40 in the middle of closed session, which I'm stating for the record. And I'm just going to do a very quick re-roll call so that you are able to vote. Hold on. Okay. Okay. I'll be able to take care of that. Thank you very much. So next is the order of the agenda, and we have one announcement, and that is that action item A4 is not going to be heard this evening. So It's just action items A1, A2, A3. And next up is the consent calendar.
Thank you, City Clerk. Are there any items from the consent calendar that my colleagues would like to pull, starting with Councilmember Vieira,
None from me, Mayor, thank you.
Councilmember O'Brien?
I'd just like to thank all the committees, commissions, and boards for their reports.
Councilmember McMorrin? Vice Mayor Fish? Okay. May I get a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
So moved.
Second?
I have a motion by Councilmember O'Brien, a second from Councilmember Vera to approve. Please vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember O'Brien?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fish?
Aye.
And Mayor Puza.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
And me.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's not fixing, sorry. There we go. So next up, we have A1.
Great. Well, consideration of updating the Culver City Municipal Code, food truck regulations, including the potential food truck permit program to regulate the operations of food trucks throughout the city, and direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. May I get a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of City Council. My name is Adam Ferguson, and I'm the Deputy Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. So the Culver City Municipal Code currently requires food truck vendors to obtain a street vendor permit and a business license. Food truck vendors may not operate within 300 feet of public schools or parks and may operate as part of a special event permit, which are limited to 12 days per calendar year. During the February 9th, 2026 City Council regular meeting, residents asked to agendize this discussion regarding food truck vending rules and regulations, specifically as they pertain to vending in or near parks and limits on the number of special events at which such vendors may operate per year. So the Culver City Municipal Code sections offer two current permitting systems which apply to food trucks but are not designed for them. Therefore, the council may wish to amend the municipal code to create a specific permit system for food truck vendors, whereby the city would allow a specified number of appropriately vetted, licensed, and insured vendors to operate on a first-come, first-served basis, rotation system, or other objective system. Such program should include the following issues, such as a permit application fee, the application and review process, health and safety requirements, hours and days of operation, permit duration, operating zones or locations, such as and what type of activities could take place, the number of permitted food trucks allowed to operate within a specific area, insurance requirements, procedures to ensure equal access to prime locations for all potential vendors, and penalties for violations, including fines and permit suspension and revocation. The program would support small business development while protecting health and safety and ensure fairness across vendors and compliance with city regulations. In lieu of a food truck permit program, the council could update the existing regulations in the municipal code, which would include generally applicable rules and requirements for food truck operations. While the current municipal code provides a detailed framework for sidewalk and street vendors, it does not address food trucks in the vehicular right-of-way specifically. Therefore, at a minimum, the council should consider updating the code to specify location, operational hours, and enforcement guidelines specific to food trucks. A Updating the municipal code will ensure an equitable framework across all food vendors, promoting fairness and protecting public health and safety. So these considerations will have a significant impact on the nature and specific provisions in any proposed code amendment. So staff is looking for City Council tonight to consider these two options and to provide direction to staff as appropriate.
Great, thank you. Before we go into public comment, any questions from council members, starting with Councilmember Vera?
Sorry, Mayor, I couldn't log off really quick. Anyway, never mind. Yeah, I got a couple questions. I don't know if it pertains to you, Adam, or who I can ask in terms of the current system we have in place right now, in terms of like code enforcement. I realize code enforcement is a complaint-driven division, but do we know offhand if there has been, and if so, what type of complaints have been called in on the park in specific?
Good evening. Mark Munzer. I'm the city's Planning and Development Director. I'm also the interim Housing and Human Services Director. Code enforcement is a part of that, of the HHS department. It's my understanding we've received 3 complaints. 2, I believe, were in the last year. I do have staff here if we need to verify that. As to this particular operation, Councilmember Beer.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Munzer. No other questions at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Councilmember O'Brien.
No questions right now. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to public comment, 90 seconds each.
Oh, not Daryl.
Okay. Okay, our speakers tonight begin with Crystal Alexander, followed by Luke Lucas, Melissa Sanders, Kazia Kumbler, Kristen Meehan, Rachel Isman, Jim Lucas, Anna Hurd, Anna Lucas, and Sarah Wenchler. So our first speaker is Crystal Alexander, who's here, followed by Luke Lucas, and then Melissa Sanders.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Again, I'm here speaking as an individual and not representing the entire PRCS Commission. When I first saw this item on the agenda, I was thinking I was going to come up here and ask for participation by the commission, but then I read it again and realized it was written by Adam Ferguson, who is the deputy director of that department. So I was happy to see that. But I just want to point out that approximately a year ago, the PRCS Commission looked at the entirety of it was presented to the City Council, but it was a multi-year project to look at the entirety of all the rules and regulations regarding the parks system, and it culminated in a presentation to the City Council and an adoption of the City Council. And I know that the various commissions over the years took great pains to try to balance the interests of and needs to regulate things in the park for the protection of the participants and also the facilities, but to also balance that out with the needs of the community, again, for these public spaces and how these would be used. So in light of that, even though this is obviously an issue that's broader than just the parks, but I think it came to your attention because of some of the things in the park, I would like to ask that you would direct at least part of that item to the PRS Commission to take a look at it as the staff is preparing the final information to come to the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Luke Lucas, followed by Melissa Sanders and how does she say it? Kasia Kumbler.
Okay.
Good evening, Council. My name is Luke, and I am co-owner of Windsor Hills Pizza. This is my wife, Christina, and my son, JJ. Thank you for putting this on the agenda. I would like to discuss a solution to Municipal Code, Chapter 11.09.215 for street vendors like ourselves. The main issue is that Culver City Municipal Code, Chapter 1109.215, imposes a range of restrictions that make selling food from a trailer or food truck impractical. These restrictions include a limit of 10 minutes per location, subsection A, and prohibition on street vending within 300 feet of public park, subsection C. In relation to subsection A, we would like to propose that code be deleted or an exception is given to food trucks. For food trucks, it takes at least 30 minutes to set up and get ready for service. So this law would eliminate all food trucks from doing business in Culver City. For subsection C, we would like to propose a fair permit process for a limited number of vendors to serve at parks. Our goal is to create a space for families to enjoy community at the park. We don't want the park to become clustered with vendors. We propose an adjustment to the code that only allows 3 street vendors per night at each park. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Before the next speaker, before the next speaker, I just wanted to clarify that section, the one about the 10 minutes, these are outdated provisions with regard to state law on vending. That one is not enforced. That provision is currently not enforced, the 10-minute rule. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Kasia Kumbler, followed by Kristen Meehan. Melissa's online.
Hi again. I would encourage then to get these regulations updated before we come to a council meeting to vote on them, because that's an important one. And I have actually known the Windsor Hills Pizza guys, girls, for years. I don't necessarily expect special treatment for them, but I think that you, again, need to look at the benefits to the communities, look at what the options are, and don't restrict business of our small business owners, our entrepreneurs, those people who are trying to make this city what it used to be, which was very community oriented and very favorable to the middle class and very favorable to all, not just an ultra wealthy group who can afford $200 t-shirts at the platform. So let's get back to understanding that you are not going to solve the fiscal emergency that in particular Bubba, Freddie, and Yasmin have put us in with projects like Jubilo, giving away $20 million of cash plus $16 million in vouchers. Don't do that on the back of our small businesses. Do not do that on the people who make our community worth still living here, because the 3 of you seem to be hell-bent on making it miserable. Fix the city properly, not on the backs of our hard-working residents and business owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kasia Kumbler, Kristen Meehan, and then Rachel Essman.
Hi, thanks for getting my name right. So I already basically said what I wanted to say. The Windsor Hills Pizza makes Culver City a wonderful community-oriented place to be. Every Wednesday, school kids from all the Culver City schools come and they eat pizza and their parents hang out and the kids run around. And it's a beautiful, wonderful thing. And to see it shut down would be such a shame for the whole community. So I would ask for you to make an exception for them because it's awesome. And I invite you all to come and share pizza with us. It's delicious. It's a family-owned business that is just trying to get by making people happy on Wednesday nights. So please consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kristen Meehan, followed by Rachel Essman, and then Jim Lucas.
Hello, my name is Kristen Meehan. My husband and I have lived in Culver City for about 18 years. We have raised all 6 of our kids right next to Lindbergh Park, and Tuesday nights at our park have become an institution since Windsor Hills Pizza came on the scene. Not only does this amazing family business give me a break from cooking and a chance to connect with my neighbors, they also gave both my son and one of my daughters a job. And for both of them, and especially for my daughter, this job gave them so much more than a really nice paycheck. I've watched my daughter transform into a mature and confident young woman, and this was not the path she was on before working for Luke and Kyle. And so I'm going to always be grateful to them for that. And I know this story is not unique to just my Annie, because I know many of the other amazing young people that work at Windsor Hills Pizza, and they have expressed similar feelings to me. So I'm just begging you to please consider changing this code so we can give other Culver City kids the same chance to work for this amazing family business. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Essman, who's online, Jim Lucas, and then Anna Hurd. Rachel, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Rachel Essman. I'm a Culver City resident, a mom of 2, and someone who spends a lot of time at Carlson Park. And I'm here to speak about the impact of Windsor Hills Pizza and the incredible impact they've had on our community, and to respectfully suggest a better framework for food truck regulation. For nearly 4 years, what began as a food truck night at Carlson Park has grown into something much, much deeper. Families bring blankets, kids run between groups, and parents who once just exchanged quick greetings now sit and share dinner together every week. And people who were once strangers have literally become family to us because of doing weekly dinners together. This is sustained community activation, and it has real value. So please, please consider changing the code. It really makes a true difference in our entire city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Lucas, followed by Anna Hurd and Anna Lucas.
Hi, my name is Jim. Thanks for having me. This is my first time in front of the City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I have been a coach for Region 19 for more than 18 years. I've retired about 3 years ago. But I can say that this is probably this is a high value add to the park system, and I would appreciate if you consider keeping it or making adjustments for this particular vendor, as well as other vendors. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Hurd, followed by Anna Lucas, and our last speaker is Sarah Weschler.
The box right there, so you can see it. Good evening. My name is Anna Hurd, and I am not a resident of the Culver City area, but I am a sibling of a longtime small business owner in Culver City. I want to speak today about the importance of keeping Windsor Hills Pizza open here in Culver City, not just as a restaurant, but as a place built around family, community, and bringing people together. Small businesses like this are more than storefronts. They become gathering spaces where families and friends meet after long days and neighbors connect with one another. Places like this help shape the identity of a community. And honestly, it also helps that their pizza is genuinely delicious, and it is the kind of food that keeps people coming back and sharing the experience with others. This issue also feels personal to me. My brother is the owner of a small business called Big Lou's Toys and Collectibles, which has been in Culver City for over 25 years, and through him, I have seen firsthand what goes on behind the scenes. Running a small business takes constant work, long hours, financial risk, and a deep commitment to customers. It's not just about selling a product. It's about building relationships and creating something meaningful for the community, and that's what Windsor Hills has done, as I have seen it firsthand. Because of that, I understand how important it is that we come to an agreement and find solutions that allow Windsor Hills to continue operating at parks in Culver City. Supporting small businesses means supporting local families, local workers like my son who works for Windsor Hills, and the shared spaces that make our community feel like home. Keeping Windsor Hills open isn't just about pizza, it's about preserving a place where people come together and keeping the small business and small town vibe alive. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anna Lucas, followed by Sarah Weschler.
Hi, I am Anna Lucas. I am the little sister of Luke Lucas, and I have worked for my brother for about 3 years now. And I would love to see firsthand the community and like power that it brings to meeting all these people. I've loved to grow in this community and meet. You guys saw Kristen, her daughter works there, and so I become good friends through my coworkers and being more involved with the community, and I've loved that so much. Thank you.
Great, our last speaker is Sarah Weschler. Is she here?
She has a leave.
Okay, then that's the end of our speakers.
Okay, comments from council members. We'll start with Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all the speakers who came out tonight and really support of really a community gathering, something that's been around and has really created more than just a meal. It's created a community in the park where families do get together and able to share stories and lives and childhoods. I think childhood friends are made upon that lasting friendship. That being said, I think, moving forward, the city has to set clear policy across the board for anybody that wants to do business in the city. We can't sort of pick and choose. I think Ms. Alexander had a great idea in terms of there are a lot of moving parts on here in terms of the process in which we want to do it. The review process, the health and safety requirements. Some of these items are no-brainers, like the health and safety and the food application. But in terms of location, how many per location? And the fees, the time zone, how do we pick who's going to be where at what time? I think the PRCS would be a great spot to send this to have them really sort of weed that all out. In addition, I'd like to, I know I've received a couple of calls in terms of some of the, I think, more specific issues that they had regarding the pizza in terms of the after effect of trash left in the park, boxes on the floor, beer bottles, wine bottles, things like that, which in and of itself can be a nuisance to those who live in the area. But maybe do an outreach to the neighborhoods, not so much to find things wrong, but to find out what some of the issues are regarding food trucks in the neighborhood, and then maybe PRCS can sort of mitigate those challenges moving forward with a clear set of documents. So I agree. I think we should send this to PRCS to really get it fine-tuned. In terms of continuing the pizza at the park, I think there needs to be some set of rules and guidelines. But I have no problems if they adhere by those to continue allowing them in the park. I think, Mayor, that's all for me right at this moment.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. And thanks to all the speakers. And I have to say hi to Anna and Mike I see out there. I hope Diego as well. I haven't seen you guys in years. Yeah, I mean, this is such a great thing. And I'd love to find a way to make it work where, the Windsor Hills can keep doing what they're doing, but we can't just favor one business. That's not fair, not equitable. So I do agree with Councilmember Vera that it would be a good idea to take it up with the commission and PRCS. They know best about what's going on around the parks. This is just a spitball idea for me. Only so many per linear feet of curb space. Not every park is the same size. Maybe only one permit per park per week per applicant, so that, one vendor doesn't dominate a location 5 days a week or 7 days a week. And then only so many permits per park. I think that's important. We do need to be cognizant the neighbors. They don't expect to have a kind of a restaurant scene around their homes. So we don't want a situation where we just completely open it up and, the parks are potentially, just lined with food trucks. So it needs to be done thoughtfully and maybe iteratively. We come back and revisit it to see how it's doing after a year. But I do think that we need to find a way to make this work, especially in this case. We keep talking about it, third spaces, and this enhances those park spaces. I appreciate the comments about, the affordability factor. It's something that, most people can afford a slice of pizza, so it's good from that perspective as well. And I'd also like to, until we come to a decision, if it's okay with council, I'd like to, continue to have a hold on that enforcement. They've been operating for whatever, 4 or 5 years with only a few complaints. That would be ideal. But we definitely, I would like to move it down to the PRCS. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you, and thanks to staff for helping me with the audio issue in the back. I really appreciate everyone that came out in the staff report. I do have a quick couple of questions that I don't think were lifted up, and I wanted to hear from the public as well. But do we know what the best practices are, or what other similar West Side cities are doing around food trucks or similar enforcement strategies?
We've been looking into it, but we don't have a full answer tonight with that. But there is similar regulations we have found with proximity to schools and parks.
And just to follow up on that, is that addressing a particular a potential harm or something that the schools have communicated is a issue area that we should be aware of as a city, or what are we getting to when we're lifting that up?
So it's not something that's coming from the school. It's more, we believe it was put in the code potentially because of, for sight lines and just making sure those spaces are safe for pedestrians and crossing the street and all the things that happen at schools and parks.
Okay, so street safety. Okay. Thank you for lifting that up. And do we know if there are any other, I know the main business as a catalyst for this agenda item, and really appreciate your advocacy and everyone that came out last council meeting and this one. But were there any other concerns raised by other vendors that you were aware of?
I do know of 2 other vendors who have tried to park at parks and open operation and have dealt with the code enforcement also.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so thanks for lifting that up. It's good to kind of understand the scope and the intention of what the code is trying to get to. I definitely would be open to creating some sort of a program, open to having it go to the PRCS Commission. I know that they were quite busy some time ago, but maybe they have room in their agenda to accommodate this, because I would hope that it would have sort of a quicker turnaround as it's impacting folks, and we don't want to, we want to make sure that there's some rationale to our policies and that they're being followed across the board. So hopefully, a time-sensitive kind of urgency on this one. And if they're unable to deal with it quicker, maybe we could just create an ad hoc that could kind of, just in case that's, because I know sometimes they have a work plan and they have things that they have to get to. So just wanted to elevate that as a potential concern. But if they have the space, would love to hear from them on that. But definitely want to make sure that, these vendors can operate, but want to make sure that it's not too restrictive. Frequently, whenever we're doing new programs, I say, let's check back in 6 months, a year, is it having the intended impact that we'd like it to have? So always want to make sure that we're monitoring complaints, that we're monitoring questions from vendors, feedback from the community, so just making sure that we have that information as we come back. But definitely want to create an opportunity and a path forward as there's a lot of community benefit to this resource to our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'm grateful to the community for coming out in support of, just more convenient, affordable options for people to eat. They help, food trucks help create a 15-minute city where people can get where they need really quickly and easily. It's good it makes people happy, clearly. It's good for the environment. It's good. There's a lot of benefits. Agree with my colleagues on pretty much everything. There needs to be clear guidelines. Others need to be able to apply. And, I concur with, removing those limits near parks and schools, but establishing really clear guidelines. And if we can find a way to get input from the community on what those standards are, I think that would be helpful to the people that live around there. Hopefully they can give some input into what this program looks like. And there will be obviously a cost to the permit because running the program costs the city. So just setting expectations there. But I'm curious if, just given that I think, and I heard Councilmember O'Brien say, we want to make sure the vendor can continue and that there haven't been a lot of issues. The only thing I'm thinking on that is, and I share the same sentiment, is if other vendors also, especially given this conversation, we're talking about it now, and we're talking about potentially relaxing enforcement temporarily, if other vendors want to be a part of that, could we potentially give Adam, Deputy Director, if we could give you broad authority to just design something very, very small for the interim while we design the more permanent program, just something that makes sure that the vendors that are participating are vetted by us and that go through you. That would be my suggestion while we kind of iron out the details. If we could just have give you broad authority to stand up a very, very basic, program with limited hours, work with Windsor Hills Pizza, but also any other vendors that want to be able to share that space just as a trial period while the larger program is designed with more intentionality and more community input. That would be my suggestion. And, and at some point, the county has a micro enterprise home kitchen operation. So they have another program where people are actually able to use their kitchens and provide food and beverages through their health department safely, affordably, and that's something that we could explore as well. I don't know if we might want to tackle one thing at a time, so I'm fine to push that to later, but I just wanted to uplift that as there's this concept of there's the accessory dwelling unit, but there's also the accessory commercial unit, and those things, having more places where people can pick up things, that type of bodega feel in our communities, with community input and with the right regulations and restrictions can really make life better. So I just wanted to give that a call out for something we could do. But my main suggestion is, can we give broad authority to just create a very, very basic, temporary, I wouldn't even call it a program, but permit while we stand up something more permanent.
You want to handle that?
If I may respond to a couple of things. One is I just wanted to confirm and clarify that we can't selectively enforce or not enforce on the food truck. So if it's not, if we're doing kind of a stay of enforcement, that has to be across the board. Secondly, we can't just allow one particular vendor. With regard to standing up a process in the interim, I think it really needs to fit within some sort of a structure that currently exists. So I think council can maybe give direction to see if there's anything in our current, park permits or special event permits or something that already a structure that already exists that we might be able to put this into temporarily. I think we could evaluate that along with the city manager's office and other relevant departments.
Yeah, thank you, City Attorney. just want to comment on one matter. We cannot selectively choose not to enforce your ordinances. So as the city manager, I'm required to enforce your ordinances, and obviously the staff that works for me. What I have done from time to time during my career, and I've done here, at the request of staff, is help to prioritize certain enforcements based off the meets and challenges that the city face. So that's the way I've looked at this matter in the prism of enforcement. Just so, and I'm being real intentional about my words here, because I want to make sure that the city is not in a bad position. And so if you choose to change your ordinances, then we can enforce whatever you choose to change it to. But the staff can only do what policies you put in place. It's just, it's just the way the statute works. It's just the law. So just want to make that clear, because I've heard a couple of comments. I just want to make sure that, so what I've done today is authorize the planning director, who happens to have had some staff off work, to focus and narrow in on some of our unhoused situations we're dealing with as a matter of priority, based off his request. But I cannot say to staff, and will not to enforce your laws or regulations, because that's not the way the charter reads. The charter would not allow me to do that. So I think if you always want to change that, when you change it, we'll enforce the new rules. But right now, they're still at, I think the city attorney and I are comfortable that they're still kind of working based off the priority direction I've given them. But that's about it.
I mean, enforcement is all about priorities. As you all know, it's complaint-driven to a large degree, and there's only a limited number of code enforcement staff. So I think that's what the city manager is trying to convey, is that based on that, there's certain priorities for code enforcement. But one thing I will just clarify is that even with the priorities in place, if that is a lesser priority for enforcement, it's a lesser priority for all vendors for enforcement, not just for Windsor Pizza.
Councilmember Bryan.
Thank you. If I'm understanding the prioritization of enforcement, and it definitely is, I understand it's driven because of staffing levels, it's driven by complaint, not enforcement people running around writing tickets. If we wanted to do something under the existing structure, maybe we don't, of ordinance, knowing that there's a minimum or a maximum number of special permits a food truck vendor can have per year of 12, and that probably costs a decent amount of money per, a way to work within the same shell is expand that to 52 and eliminate the permit fee, or drop it down to a very reasonable level, where it just doesn't make sense. So if that, to me, seems like a workable, if that's what we need to do. But I get that our staff is spread thin, and they address violations on a complaint by complaint basis. So that's the way that works. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. Thanks to the public comments. Thank you to the staff report. Thank you, City Attorney, for the conversation earlier today. And just congrats on your business. Building community like that is rare. And so the joy that, obviously is shared here, kudos to you for creating that. I concur with a lot of what my colleagues said. I think we should do two things. One is looking at how look at creating a pilot program, so how neighboring and comparable cities regulate food trucks, whether distance requirements from schools and parks are standard, shorter, longer, or structured differently, issues related to public health, how other cities balance small business support with neighborhood impacts, what enforcement and equity frameworks have been proven effective, and then feedback from our neighbors, and then also research the 300-foot restriction from parks and schools, just to determine if that's, what was the original intention, or whoever asked that, I'm sorry, and whether it's achieving its intended goals. And then we can, because this way it will really protect and balance public health, while also supporting our small businesses. So I've heard sending it to PRCS, and then, so that's the first. So as far as the policy, is there a consensus to send it to PRCS for review and feedback?
My only
Yes.
concern was the timing, because occasionally it's hard, but if they're able to prioritize it, because I just don't want it to be delayed. So that is my main concern. And it's not just, I'm not singling out PRCS, anybody I would have this concern. So I just want to flag that as something that I would like for it to move quicker.
So I can speak of working with the PRCS Commission if you're wanting it to go there. The earliest we could probably get it to the PRCS Commission is their April meeting. And that would be staff working quite diligently on creating the program to present, because right now we would be going from scratch. So that would be the earliest and probably most difficult ask. May is probably more likely, but we can aim for April. So if you're thinking timeline, that's kind of what the timeline looks like. So the earliest we could bring it back here for council approval is probably your second meeting in May.
And what about a staff, if we just went straight to staff?
I could aim to bring it back by one of your April meetings.
Okay, thank you.
I haven't looked at the city council agendas though, so I'm not sure. I don't know your availability of when I can place things on an agenda as easily as I do the commission.
We just sit here every 2 weeks, nothing's going on.
Yeah, for me, as much as I'd love to engage the PRCS, I think there's a timeline, a timing issue, so I wouldn't mind it going through staff to get it on the agenda quicker.
That being said, is there an opportunity will there be an opportunity, or can we ask that folks will be given an opportunity to give input on, for example, placement, hours, those types of things that matter to folks? Can we just make sure that that is built in somewhere? I don't know if it's before it comes back or if it's after, but it just feels like an element that we need to have.
Yes, I can. I can build that in. I can't. I don't think I can build that in and get it to you by April, because again, in order for us to get community input on what we're doing, we have to create it first. So it would probably delay you all seeing it a little bit. But I mean, we could do possibly a survey or hold a community meeting. The other thing is the PRCS Commission does have a meeting. Next week, I think. So we could form an ad hoc subcommittee at that meeting, so I can at least meet with 2 commissioners before it comes back to you. So there are ways that we can get kind of some feedback, but a full community input in order to get it to you by April is a really hard ask for us.
Yeah, I understand. I wouldn't expect anything, robust by then. Just if we can even start thinking about how we're going to gather it and what we're going to do, that would be great.
I could possibly bring back a plan in April with a community input element to do after the fact.
That would be fabulous. Yeah, thank you. Anything to get just people thinking about, what types of regulations make sense for that neighborhood, or that would be great. Thank you.
So I think everyone agrees that the PRCS should form a ad hoc subcommittee to work on this with you more directly?
Great. Any other, do you need any other
Consensus.
direction? And will that include the review of the 300 feet restriction?
Yes, we can review that. I do just want one clarifying thing. So this program you're recommending us work on, are you specifically seeing it as a program at parks, or are you looking for regulations on food trucks citywide?
Parks. For me.
Yeah, parks.
Let's start there, because
Okay.
I think this is probably going to be something that we might eventually want to take a zoom out, but it seems like the critical issue we want to respond to right now is the parks.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Great. Are you all good? Okay. Thank you so much. All right, we will go on to A2, discussion of Annual Earth Day and International Walk to School Day celebrations, approval of a street closure along Alinda Street between Culver Boulevard and along Farragut Drive, between Alinda Street and Coombs Avenue on Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026, and direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. I'll turn it over to staff for a staff report.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City and Council members. I'm Andrew Maximus, a Mobility and Traffic Engineering Manager for Public Works. The item before you is a request to discuss the annual Earth Day and International Walk to School Day celebrations and approval of a temporary street closure along Alinda Street and a portion of Farragut Drive for this April 22nd, 2026. The proposed Earth Day Open Streets event builds on success of the 2025 event that was held adjacent to the Tri-School campus. That event was supported by the city's Safe Route to School program and aligned with our adopted mobility, sustainability, and climate action goals by promoting walking and bicycling to school in a safe, car-free environment. Feedback from students, families, and school administrators was overwhelmingly positive for that event, with minimal complaints and several identified operational improvements that we are planning to incorporate into this year's event. For 2026, we propose the same temporary closure of Alinda between Culver and Farragut, and along Farragut between Alinda and Coombs, with the event itself taking place from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., and parking restrictions taking place from 10 a.m. the evening prior until 10 a.m. the day of the event. The estimated cost of the event is approximately $14,000, primarily for police staffing and public works support for traffic control. It would be funded through the Mobility and Traffic Engineering Division Special Events account. We additionally seek discussion of establishing an International Walk to School Day event each October, with future events being contingent on budget approval. And of course, any street closures would be brought back to City Council for approval. I'd like to clarify the discrepancy regarding the February 4th notification date listed on the staff report. That date was inadvertently carried over from 2025 report, and while we updated the year, the specific February 4th date was not corrected to reflect this year's actual timeline. We had intended to mail notices to residents approximately 1 week prior to this meeting. However, we did not meet that intended mailing timeline. Once we recognized the issue, our Public Works Inspector Mordecai and myself hand-delivered notices door-to-door last Friday to ensure residents receive notification prior to tonight's meeting. Similarly, the notification to CCUSD did not occur on the date shown in the staff report, and an email was sent to board members and principals on February 20th. So we acknowledge the administrative oversight, and we're implementing additional internal tracking measures to prevent this from happening again. For the residents, particularly those who live along Alinda, Errors like this can be understandably cause frustration or raise concerns about transparency, and more importantly, can erode trust in the city staff. That was not our intent, and we acknowledge the oversight, and we're strengthening our internal tracking and review procedures to ensure notification dates and outreach methods are clearly verified before future agenda items are published. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment, 90 seconds each.
We have 4 people signed up to speak: Mary Duvall, Melissa Sanders, Marcy Bond, and Michelle Weiner. Our first speaker is Mary Duvall, followed by Melissa Sanders.
I've never been first before. Good evening, Mayor Puza and City Council. I am here to voice my full support for the Earth Day Open Street event and to urge you to vote to not only to continue it, but also to expand it to include International Walk to School Day. I would also ask you to consider expanding the street closure to Washington Boulevard so the La Bayona school community could also be included. I was lucky to be a volunteer last year, and here are a few observations and reasons why I believe this event should be continued and expanded. 1, it was a big event that took place in a small window of time. By that, I mean the prep time was extensive, including many community meetings and training meetings with volunteers, but the actual street closure itself did not last a huge number of hours. Setup and cleanup was not extensive. 3, a huge swath of the public, including students and their parents, staff and faculty, general public, including myself, such as people who were volunteers, and also some folks who just happened upon the event, were all impacted in a positive way. Even though, this is number 4, even though my children no longer go to those schools that were involved, I saw so many people I know, neighbors and friends from across all of Culver City, because as we know, if your children go to CCUSD, they will eventually end up on Alenda to go to school. 5, okay, we'll have to not do 5, sorry. Thank you for the time.
Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Marcy Bond. Melissa Sanders is online.
Hi again. Andrew, I know you like to play fast and loose with the truth, but good grief. It was not received well. In fact, you guys should look at how many kids were not even in school until afterwards because no one wanted to bother with the chaos, and how no one had to be marked absent because it would have cost us too much money at school. We overheard many people in the bicycle community say what an absolute nightmare it was, and it was a failure last year. The reality is, it was a failure. It did nothing. You spent thousands of dollars on 2 hours that was a waste of time. Ask the school district how many kids came in late. Ask the community how many people did not even go to school that day because they didn't want to deal with it. This is not a way to celebrate Earth Day. This is a way to waste $14,000, which could be better spent on 1,000 other things in this city than Earth Day. You want to walk to school? Great, walk to school. You want to divert traffic? Divert traffic. Don't close the whole street off. This is a community that actually goes to work and needs their ability to drive up and down a street sometimes. I know you don't like it, but that's reality. We have cars, Bubba. That's what happens. Don't do this. Please don't waste money again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, followed by Michelle Weiner. Marcy, I've unmuted you, or you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Marcy Bond. I am a member of the PRCS Commission, but these opinions are my own. So last year was an unmitigated failure. As I stood out in front of my house and watched people drive like maniacs down our alleyway, and I was talking to Jim Shamman, and my neighbor was standing next to me, and I asked him, so how did it go? And he said it was horrible. And I said, Do you think you'll do it next year? And he said, no. Then as I'm standing next to him, one of the volunteers who was stationed down Culver, west on Culver, to help shepherd people up here with their bikes, he asked him, so how many people did you help get up here? And he said, 0. 0. Think about that. 0. Closing down the streets, making it difficult for everybody, and the fact that people were bringing their kids late to school and the school wasn't marking them absent. And then remember, the picture that was shown of this wonderful event were a bunch of kids, like 3 kids doing wheelies on their bikes, on their e-bikes, down the middle of Alunda. That's really how we want kids to act on their bikes. Just say no, save the money. Thanks.
Thank you. Our last speaker on this item is Michelle Weiner. Michelle, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for hearing us this evening about this issue. I volunteered last year for the event, and it's interesting how there's various perspectives being aired this evening. My perspective is that it was a first-time event, and while there were definitely things that we debriefed about afterwards to try and make it better next time, I still thought it was a successful event. Why? Because it gave an opportunity for people to experience that street as sort of an event space for 2 precious hours. And for Earth Day, to me, this is a very appropriate way to celebrate. It just seems like a really joyous thing to let the school community and other community members experience, walking and biking to school unimpeded by car traffic. I want to echo what Mary said, that I'd also like to see International Walk to School Day celebrated in a similar manner, and also to extend it to La Bayona. It was a little sad to see some folks having to peel off and, find their way either over to the bike path or walking up the sidewalk when everybody else got to walk in a more festive manner to school. So, thank you for this opportunity, and that's it for me now. Thanks.
That's the end of our speakers.
Great, thank you. Comments and questions from council, starting with Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. That unmute button keeps on getting harder and harder to find. Sorry for the delay. So I just had a couple of questions. In terms of, and first of all, thank you for acknowledging the outreach. I know we've received a lot of emails, or at least I have, in terms of people really being dissatisfied. And I know last time around, the first time around, there's the same sort of issue about outreach and how the city, or how the city hasn't contacted folks. So I appreciate you acknowledging that. But in terms of outreach for this time, you had said that you had reached out to the principals and staff and the board members. What was their response in terms of the welcoming or the acceptance of this moving forward?
So we didn't get any particular response saying yes or no, or praising, or criticizing the proposal, but rather just it was a basic, thank you for the information type of reply that we got so far.
From
principals.
Okay, I talked to a couple of principals as well as some of the school board, and there was indication that there really wasn't a whole lot of outreach in terms of the board members and or principals. And I know one of the letters went out. In fact, it went to a superintendent that is no longer with the school district, and a couple other members that were with the district as well. Has that been rectified and a new letter been sent out to these members that are current members now, or was it just that one letter that was sent out, I believe, on the 20th or 22nd?
Yeah, so the letter that was sent out on the 20th was basically a notification that there's there's a desire by the city Public Works Department to hold this event, and that tonight is the proper time for discussion and comment from the public. So that letter, the same letter that went to the residents that we distributed door to door, was sent via email to the CCUSD board members and the principal. So the further outreach would still occur as we get closer to the event. However, tonight gives us kind of the authority to close the street and to move forward with the event. So we're kind of, after this first stage, would then proceed with the formal outreach over the next, several weeks leading up to the event in terms of how we're going to manage it, the times, and addressing all the issues that we ran into last year, and addressing those with anyone that's impacted.
Okay, I understand, and thank you so much. But just to double back around to the outreach, because I know that's been really a contentious portion of this from residents and school members alike, the lack of outreach. But just, with the superintendent wise, I know the letter that was sent out was to Superintendent Lucas, which has been gone, I believe, since July. I just want to make sure that we've contacted the current superintendent. And I know there was another name on the list that has retired as well, but have we contacted the current superintendent at least to get his input on this?
Yes, after we got those replies and re-forwarded the email to the current superintendent and the current staff at CCUSD.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Andrew, for this and the work put into it. My only setback with this whole thing is like you said, the lack of outreach across the board. And is there any indication, or do we have any? Is there any validity in terms of attendance wise, and do we even know that if that the day of was there a lack of attendance or a decline in attendance?
I don't have any of those numbers, so we'd have to check in with the district on what the attendance numbers were. And if that's something of concern, we can report back and provide that information.
Yeah, I'd like to know, because attendance obviously drives revenue, and if this is inadvertently hurting the school in terms of monetarily, that's the last thing that I think that we, especially now, should be doing. So, yeah, if you could come back with those numbers, I would truly appreciate it, sir. And until then, I can't really say yay or nay on it. I think there's still a couple of questions that need to be answered, and I think a little more outreach that needs to be done. Other than that, Mayor, that's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, and thank you to the speakers, and thanks, Andrew, for your report. Just to we've gotten a lot of emails, primarily from the folks on Alinda, and before I amplify their questions, I think we should have a conversation, and maybe we can do it through the liaison subcommittee, ensuring that communication gets out to the families, and that they do not have a significant reduction in average daily attendance. That is directly how the schools are funded. So a bad day of attendance impacts their bottom line, and they're struggling with their finances. The one thing that I saw in the emails, and I've had conversations with some of the neighbors over the past year, is they want a conversation with the organizers and them on the in the same space on a set aside time, and truly be heard in that kind of setting. It's I could be wrong, but aside from Culver Boulevard and maybe the Pride Ride, I don't think there's any street that gets just closed down without the neighbors initiating that effort. So to get their input on it, I know that there's generally an attitude they would just rather not have it happen. But if it is going to happen, considering allowing them to park on Allenda that in front of their houses, they don't have driveways except for maybe one or two of them. Their alleys are a mess, we know that. And according to them, some of their neighbors are elderly and have accessibility issues. And I agree with the thought that it's good to have the kids feel a little bit, I mean, they're not going to have traffic there, but to feel what it's like to ride safely with cars parked on the street as well, because that's the reality of everyday life. So if we can do that, it would be great. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. I appreciate the staff report and acknowledging some opportunities to move forward and ways to improve as we move forward. I wanted to sort of lift up, I'm always like, how did we get here? What are we trying to do? So the goal or the understanding goal of Earth Day is to demonstrate support for environmental protections. I know there's a lot happening with rolling back at the EPA level and repealing that greenhouse gas is bad for us. That is something that is now formally a position of our federal government, which is an incredible departure. And folks have been celebrating Earth Day since 1970. And the goal was to create a teach-in. It was created by a U.S. Senator from Wisconsin, and his goal was to create a national teach-in raising awareness for pollution and environmental issues. And he worked with young people and all sorts of activists to get the word out about the importance of supporting the earth and things that folks could do. So I lift that up in this space as we're talking about this potential project coming back to say that I believe that the disruption of normal street use sort of achieves the goal of raising awareness. It is obviously anytime you do something for the first time, as I think now we've had a lot of experiences putting on events and pilots for the first time, there's always growth opportunities, and even as we're seeing tonight, even sometimes the second time, there's growth opportunities in terms of making sure that our stakeholders are at the table with us, that they are giving input, and that folks are moving together in the right direction. I came to the tail end of the event. It was great to see Culver City Bus folks there and amplification of the Go Pass program, I think that's what it's called, and seeing Culver City Bus transit folks out there, seeing Culver City Bike folks out there, and just feeling the energy of the event wrapping up and hearing how it went, and ways that, again, the event could move forward in the same and more positive trajectory moving forward. So I didn't think that it was a failure, but I do think that anytime you listen to public comment, you're well aware of the diversity of experiences of our community members. So definitely want to acknowledge that two things can be true. Folks can see the same thing and come away with very different experiences. So honoring that. But I do think that it is important for us to continue to support this event. Hopefully we can do a bit better again with engagement with stakeholders as we move forward and on amplification and just making sure that, everybody knows what's going on. We're being as accommodating as possible, but it is, I don't want to say minor disruption, but it's not a whole day. It's just for a set period of hours. So I would like to continue to support this. I know it's been quite some time since we've had a CCUSD council check-in. So hopefully maybe before, but hopefully after we can sort of huddle up and come together in ways that we could move forward more intentionally. But I would like to support this, open to considering an expansion for International Walk to School Day as well. And I'm open to approving the proposed street closure for Wednesday, April 22nd. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Maximus, for putting this into motion again this year. You already have a hard job, and you're working on several projects, and this is an event on top of all of your existing responsibilities as our chief traffic engineer. So thank you for taking the time to bring this community event to life. I was there last year with Councilmember O'Brien. I know Councilmember McMorrin joined after, and I just was blown away. I mean, people were really enjoying getting around in different ways. People were in the middle of the street, walking, biking, skating. People were taking transit for the first time, getting signed up for Go Pass. Yes, it was a first go. So there were some growing pains, but it was really I thought a really positive experience. And as I understand, it was 2 hours, right? Was it 2 or 3 hours?
Yeah, the event itself is 2 hours.
Okay.
The street gets closed around 6 in the morning and reopens 10 o'clock after those 2 hours. We put in the no parking restriction 10 o'clock the night before. We felt that it's easier for the residents to move the cars before they go to bed rather than waking up early in the morning before 6 o'clock to move the cars.
Got it. So it sounds like about 4 hours of the street actually being closed. Yeah, just as a comparison, Ciclavia takes different parts of the county every year. They do about 6 or 8 events, and it's 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and that's closed. I believe those streets are closed starting very early in the morning until 4 p.m. So this is a much shorter duration where the streets are closed, and there were alternate routes for those with disabilities. Right, I remember that. Folks came, they couldn't necessarily walk all the way, so some folks were dropped off at another point that was closer. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So we're working with anyone who has special needs or needs to access the closure in a different way, as well as the very few residents that have driveways. I believe there's 3 driveways along Alinda. The rest don't have driveways; they're alley access. So we're trying to beef up and learn from last year in terms of those accommodations.
Great, thank you. And then last year around this time we agendized discussing the Walk to School Day repeat. We didn't get to it last year, so I'm really glad that I'm hearing some support for it this year. I would love to get that. I would love to get support tonight to just since it's a pretty inexpensive event. It's $15,000, $14,000. Would love to just get support tonight for having that in our budget for 2027. As a comparison, the staff report says that the Public Works budget is $2 million, so this is $15,000, and this would allow this event to repeat on International Walk to School Day on October 1st, as Ms. Duvall mentioned. And then I'm just curious about the cost. Over half, as I understand it, is PD. And I'm really grateful that, PD is helping, facilitate the event, though it's 17 officers for 0.3 miles, which feels like a lot. And, we want to make sure our officers can respond and can do their normal jobs. So it's not just a cost issue, but to me, it's also just the appropriateness of, we want everyone to be safe at the event. So I sent over some mobile barricades to your office just to examine those for use. If we can put something like that to use where we don't have to have PD at every single intersection, and we can still have a presence, but it's not an officer, at every single intersection. I would love for that to be considered. I don't know if my colleagues would support that, but it's just a much larger problem in our city is our smaller, more, I would say grassroots or just smaller events are are getting more and more expensive because of labor costs, specifically police and fire. So just want to be cognizant of that. I don't know if there's anything you want to add there.
Yeah, thank you for
Yeah.
passing the information. We'll definitely consider and take a look at the cost to rent those types of barricades and whatnot. It is, we work with PD to ensure that the route is secure, so we have to ensure that, there's low risk of any type of intrusion for whatever reason. So there will definitely be a cost benefit. We'll try to compare the cost of officers versus renting that equipment, because there is, it might seem like a small device, but having a vendor come and drop it off and having a contract with them and pick it up and the time to rent it could be more than one officer. So that's something that we'll definitely explore.
Okay, great. Thank you for exploring it. Yeah, I just saw 17 officers for 0.3 miles. It felt a bit extreme, so thanks for looking into it. And then it was a part of what we agendized, but and the speaker mentioned it. I got a couple comments. Jealous parents from La Bayona were like, "We want to do this and we want to be a part of it." So what would that entail to try to include, La Bayona, La Bayona families who, are just up on Washington there?
You mean for this event, or
if it's not feasible for this event, maybe, but just what would be the extra cost? Like, do we have any idea of what what that would be?
It depends on what the footprint would be. We're trying to consider. We did consider extending it for this particular event on Earth Day, but the cost would be cost prohibitive to do it all in one. So we are thinking of whether it's Earth Day or the International Walk to School Day, kind of spreading out the events throughout the different schools. We haven't formulated a plan yet, but we have La Bayona kind of targeted for the October event. And we haven't done all of the cost analysis, but either just the block from Culver to Washington, or perhaps on Madison behind the school, we can do a similar event with a lesser footprint that's easier to manage and still have the same type of impact. So we're still in exploring what that would look like for October.
Great.
And Vice Mayor, I just want to mention that future events will be held at different venues to give everybody a chance to participate. So next year's event will not be held at the Elinda schools. It will be at a different venue.
Interesting. Okay. If my colleagues are interested in this, I would love to just see what it would cost to do the entirety, basically from La Bayona to the, Farragut Middle School, High School complex, just to see what that stretch would be for October. Obviously not for this one because it's too late, but I'm just interested in what expanding it so that those families can enjoy it as well, just as a point of information.
We will get you that cost.
Oh, great. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for the staff report. Thanks for all the public comment. Based on the feedback that I've received about this event, I think it's definitely worth doing again. I know there are hiccups, but I think hiccups are not, a reason to cancel the event. I think it's an opportunity to grow and learn. Because this is an amazing opportunity. It's obviously an opportunity to educate our youth, hosting a safe and protected event, and raise awareness about our environment. So I would support moving forward on this and just making sure, as you are, that we over-communicate and meet with the neighbors and, get constructive feedback. And then moving forward, I think we need to work out the kinks, get it in a nice, position to move forward, but expanding it in future years.
Mayor, can I ask one? Can we have staff reach out to the tri-school area there and just find out what their ADA numbers were day before, day after, and day of?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I just have one clarifying comment, if I may, Mayor. Councilmember O'Brien mentioned some of the ideas or thoughts from some of the emails and mentioned about leaving cars there and not having a move during the closure. That's something we can't do. We can't leave. If it's going to be blocked off for pedestrian traffic only, it's got to be completely car-free. So we won't be able to accommodate leaving any vehicles in that closure area during the event. It's just something as part of, liability and safety, that for any type of street event with people walking around, we can't run the risk of anybody getting in their car, using it at all.
Mayor, can I have one more question before we move forward?
Yes, Councilmember.
Yeah, thank you. Henry, I got a quick question. Is it possible to get those numbers relatively soon? I mean, I feel uncomfortable voting on something if I don't know if it's unintentionally hurting the school district in terms of, monetarily. What are the possibilities of getting those numbers back and then holding the vote until then?
We can put in the request to the district right away, first thing tomorrow morning. I didn't hear anything from the district after the last year's event in terms of, numbers of attendance going down or affecting their revenues. So, but happy to reach out to them right away in the morning.
Yeah, I just want to be mindful, like, especially since the, well, we don't need to go into it in terms of the district and their financial sort of conundrum that they're in. But yeah, I'd love to get those numbers prior to me really feeling comfortable to vote on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. And any other direction needed from staff before someone makes a motion?
Nope.
Okay. Would anyone like to make the motion?
I'll make a motion. So this is going to include a couple things I heard. Well, the ADA numbers asking for, and is that attendance, Councilmember Bryan? So ADA students.
Average daily attendance.
Daily attendance from ADA students. See if schools have any information on that from last year. Approving this year's event. And then if my colleagues will support it, the additional funding for the International Walk to School Day, October 1, putting that in the 2026-27 budget.
I support that.
Oh, please.
No, I support that.
Oh, great.
I did just want to do a caveat because there is I think if students come late, they're still counted for the day. I'm pretty sure in the daily attendance. So I don't know if there was a distinction in the data in terms of folks coming late or present for the day. So I do think if they come late, they are counted toward the daily tally. So just wanted to elevate that in case there was a difference in the numbers that are going to be shared. Thanks.
That's noted. Thank you, Councilmember.
We also need the motion to include the road closure, please.
Thank you.
Oh, exploring the larger road closure, you mean? Or you mean just the
section that we are
the section
proposing
where-
for this event.
So the road, the road closure from Coombs to Farragut, or along
To Elenda.
Elenda.
Yes, I support that.
Okay.
Did you second it?
Sorry.
And the last part of that was exploring the longer route for potentially the International Walk to School Day and seeing if we can use those mobile barricades to reduce cost. So it's a long motion. Sorry, I
Okay.
didn't fully articulate the closure. Approval of a street closure along Elenda Street between Culver Boulevard and along Farragut Drive between Elenda Street and Coombs Avenue on Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026.
And to put the October Walk to School Day in the 26-27 budget, reach out to the tri-school area, direct staff to get ADA attendance numbers before and after the event, and provide a road barriers inquiry. Is that it?
Yeah, inquire as to whether we might be able to use road barriers to reduce cost. Yeah, thank you, City Clerk.
Okay. I have a motion from Vice Mayor Fish, a second by Council Member McMorrin. Please vote, and we'll do a voice vote. How do you vote, Council Member Vera?
Yeah, without the other information, I have to abstain, so abstain.
Okay. Council Member O'Brien?
I'll vote aye.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Aye.
And Mayor Puza.
Aye.
Thank you. All members have voted. That motion passes 4 ayes with Councilmember Vera abstaining.
Thank you.
All right, move to action item 3, discussion of options for city council participation in preparation for the 2026 FIFA World Cup and 2028 Summer Olympics, and if desired, retention of the existing ad hoc 2026 FIFA World Cup and 2028 Summer Olympics preparation subcommittee, and consideration of appointments thereto, or if desired, appointment of one member of city council to work with city staff on the 2026 FIFA World Cup and 2028 Summer Olympics preparation, and/or other direction to the city clerk as deemed appropriate. And I'll turn it over to staff for a brief staff report.
I've been nominated to give the report this evening.
Congrats.
So at the January 26th council meeting, there was consensus to reconsider appointments made to the ad hoc 2026 FIFA World Cup and 2028 Summer Olympics preparation subcommittee. The item was discussed on February 9th, and there was consensus for the city attorney's office along with staff to evaluate options for broader participation by the full city council with regard to these large-scale events. So staff and our office evaluated it, and due to Brown Act requirements and limitations, there really isn't a way to expand this to allow for full city council participation. So we did provide a few options in the report. One is to retain the existing subcommittee and consider appointments there too. Another would be to designate a single council member to work with staff on these events. And a third one, which would provide more input by the full city council, would be to have regular reports on the city council agenda where staff can give updates and council can provide feedback. So we're looking for council direction this evening, and we're available for any questions.
All right, thank you for the staff report. Any questions before we go to public comment? Councilmember Vera?
No questions, Mayor. Thank you.
No questions.
Okay, let's do 90 seconds each.
We have 25 speakers.
Okay, I'm just going to read off the first 10 or so. Edward Wolkowitz, Philip Lilleveld, Ronald Ostrin, who has time seated, Judy Scott, Monica Rogash, Cindy Bailey, Jamie Wallace, and Dan Moracle, starting with Edward Wolkowitz.
Well, I have to say, compared to the last time this matter was on the agenda, this is refreshingly early.
Thank you.
I'm Edward Wolkowitz. I have lived in Culver City for 48 years. I'm a former planning commissioner, former city council member, former mayor, and until very recently, former president of the Culver City Chamber of Commerce. I presume that you are all by now aware that the FPPC has denied the complaint, or actually rejected the complaint by Nancy Barba against Councilmember Dan O'Brien, alleging a conflict of interest based on the fact that that complaint had no substance whatsoever. It's my understanding that that complaint, to some extent, formed the impetus for Vice Mayor Fish and Councilmember McMorrin pushing this issue and the concern about Dan O'Brien's representation of the city in connection with FIFA and the Olympics. Well, the reality here is that Member O'Brien,
Your time's up.
my time's up?
Maybe just if you can wrap it up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I can wrap it up in 30 seconds. Most organizations that I've been involved in reward success. This council seems to be doing precisely the opposite, and I would urge you to keep the committee exactly the way it is and relegate this agenda item to the dustbin of history.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Philip Lellaville, followed by Ronald Ostrin.
I totally agree with the previous speaker. Okay. Back when the Alex Fish, Daniel Lee, and Yasmin Imani McMorrin coalition were the 3-2 majority on the council, they tolerated comments from other council members who held positions different from theirs and then ignored them instead of working to find compromise. That projected an attitude of disdain that mobilized many of us to raise funds, knock on doors, and work hard to flip the majority in the next election. In his first election, Dan raised $84,000 from small donors who live in Culver City. That's more than any other council person currently sitting up there. He was the top vote getter in his off-year election by more than 600 votes. In his FIFA and Olympic work, he has built relationships and delivered results for the city. Because of his deep roots and civic involvement in Culver City, the citizens trust him to do the best for our community. A3 is an attempt to return to the abuse of majority power and divisive politics of the Fish-Lee-McMorrin era. I ask that you not follow Councilperson McMorrin's lead and that you not paint Dan as somehow incapable of separating his job from his commitment to doing what is best for the Culver City. All of you have potential conflicts of interest, but we trust you to avoid them. Please vote no on A3.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ronald Ostrin with the time seated, followed by Judy Scott. Ron, you can unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Ronald Ostrin. I echo the previous sentiment of the two previous speakers. I was at the mayor's, Dan O'Brien's, then mayor, State of the City address, in which he had a speaking with the members of the sports community and the sports Olympic people who might consider using our city. And it was so clear the energy that Dan provided in the connection and the professionality. And I got to say, if you upset the present situation, you are showing Culver City to be amateur hour, and that this is an ideological power play by the 3 majority members. I highly recommend you don't break what isn't broken, okay? You would be losing a great resource for this city, a great ambassador, and the person who's done the work, the person who has made the connections, the person who is going to make this a success for Culver City. And I have to agree with the former speaker, Mr. Lellaville. This could really be a campaign issue if you go ahead and use this. And also, I'm not sure, but what I've heard is there may be racist overtones for doing this. This isn't enlightenment. This isn't progress. This is backwardness. So please, leave well enough alone. Leave Dan in place because he's built the connections. He's done the work. He is leading the city to success. And it would be an awful failure of the leadership of this council to do anything otherwise. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Judy Scott, followed by Monica Rogash. Is Judy here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Judy Scott. I'm a 49-year resident of Culver City. I'm a former member of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Homeless when it was at its inception, a former chair of the Marketing Subcommittee for the Centennial Celebration Committee, and a 20-year member of the Mediation Board. I wanted to show you this because it's a rose. This is a very old raincoat, and this is a very old rose. It was given to me by Steve Rose. We rarely agreed on anything, but back in that day, there was more comedy and cooperation in this council than I can imagine exists today. So, anyone who countenance removing Dan O'Brien, a dedicated, ethical, hardworking member, from the existing subcommittees as he is assigned to, I have only one thing to say to you. You should be ashamed.
Okay, our next speaker is Monica Rogash, and followed by Cindy Bailey, and then Jamie Wallace.
Hi. I just want to echo what everyone else has said, basically, but also trust and verify, right? If we don't trust Dan O'Brien, I don't know what we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Monica Rogash, and then Cindy Bailey. Oh, did we just? Is that who that was? Okay, I'm sorry. I got lost. Cindy Bailey? Sorry, is Cindy here? No, I'm not seeing Cindy. Followed by Jamie Wallace, who's online. Just one sec.
No, Cindy.
I'm not seeing Cindy. Jamie, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening. I was watching the last council meeting at 1:40 in the morning when this all came up, and unfortunately YouTube checked out, it glitched out, so I didn't get to hear the rest of the conversation. However, I met Dan so many years ago at El Marino when he first brought his kids there, and he has a strong moral compass. He's working all hours to connect and to contact people. He's done a phenomenal job in getting us on the map at the world level for the Olympics. And the FPPC said no problem. The city attorney said no problem. So I hope you will all agree that Dan should remain on the Olympics and FIFA subcommittee. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Dan Moracle. Is he here tonight? And then while he's coming up, I'll list the remaining speakers. That's Isan Miscali, Kevin Lakoff, with time seated, Crystal Alexander, Britta Erickson, Tommy Whitaker, Melissa Sanders, Marcy Bond, Meg Sullivan, Ross Piro, Lana Negrete, Kin G, Dana Sales, Kathy Green Bratton, Alan Schulman, Janine Wisnowski, and Hector Marin. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name's Dan Morikel. I'm a homeowner here in Culver City and a retired environmental engineer. And if you ask my son, he'll tell you that I don't like to get out at night very often, and it takes a lot to get me out at night. But I felt compelled after hearing some of the things that I've been reading about this initiative to change this Olympic subcommittee, because I feel like Dan is a trusted person that I've worked with on a number of projects, and I feel confident that we can trust him to do the right thing, and I know he's already done and put in a lot of work on this subcommittee, and I think we can trust him to continue to keep up that good work. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hassan Miscali, but I do not see him on. He wasn't here. I don't see him on the list. So we'll move on to the next speaker, Kevin Lakoff, with time seated, followed by Crystal Alexander. Is Kevin here? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Puza and council members. While I serve on several community organizations, tonight's comments are my personal ones as a Culver City resident and stakeholder in regards to council participation in the Olympic and FIFA preparation, and specifically the reorganization and proposal to remove Councilmember Dan O'Brien from the subcommittee based on potential conflicts related to the chamber. I want to acknowledge at the outset that ethics and public trust matter, and they should matter to all of us in this room. At the same time, both the city attorney and the FPPC have already reviewed this issue and determined there is no inherent or actionable conflict. That's an important baseline. We should be cautious about setting a precedent where perceived or hypothetical concerns outweigh formal ethics guidance and existing safeguards. These upcoming global events are a once-in-a-generation opportunity for Culver City, and Councilmember O'Brien has spent years developing relationships with international delegations, sports organizations, and partners who are directly connected to the Olympic houses and World Cup activity. That kind of relationship capital and continuity is not easily replaced. Losing it at this stage would be a real setback to the city and our ability to participate and benefit. If a specific matter arises where there's a direct financial nexus, we have already seen the appropriate tools are in place: disclosure and recusal. That's exactly how the system is designed to work. There are a lot of engaged stakeholders and community members paying close attention to this process. I have no doubt there are a lot of eyes on these decisions, and that's another layer of accountability to ensure everything is handled appropriately. Councilmember O'Brien has a long-standing reputation in this community for integrity and service, including his years as a scoutmaster and community leader. That track record should carry weight with you all as well. I would encourage the council to balance hypothetical concerns against the very real benefit of continuity, expertise, and the city's global positioning. If there is still discomfort with the current structure, a reasonable alternative would be to provide regular public updates to the full council while maintaining the existing subcommittee, or pivoting to a full council public meeting format rather than a subcommittee at all, instead of removing one of the city's most experienced contributors at this critical time. Let's keep the focus on Culver City's success on the world stage while using the ethics tools we already have in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Crystal Alexander, followed by Britta Erickson.
Good evening. I'm speaking as an individual on this matter and not as a commissioner. Last time I spoke on Olympic issues, I think it was 5 a.m. in the morning, and I was in Portugal supporting the New Zealand House. Now I'm back again this evening, and I'd like to offer you a quote from International Olympic Committee President Kirsty Coventry, who said at the closing ceremonies, "You showed us what excellence, respect, and friendship look like in a world that sometimes forgets those values." Let us not forget those values here in this forum. There is no reason, after we received information from our city attorney, information from the FPPC, to have prior restraint on the work that Councilman O'Brien has been successfully bringing to us thus far in the efforts for both FIFA and the Olympic Games. It would be a tragedy. I think about the work that I do on my commission. I think of my fellow commissioners and what we do when we select members to be on various ad hoc subcommittees to do the work that is asked of us by the city council. I don't remember any time where there were big fights about who would be on it. We resolved it amicably in terms of who would serve on there, and I cannot imagine anyone deciding after someone has put in the work that the community expects, that you would remove a member for doing the work. Please, don't do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Britta Erickson, followed by Tommy Whitaker, then Melissa Sanders.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm here to address this from another point of view, and that is the point of view of the customer, which in this case are the countries that will come here, and hopefully they will choose Culver City as part of the venue or the country pavilion. I, together with my husband, Göran Eriksson, who is your former colleague, we have an international tax business in Culver City, and as such, we interact with the consulates in LA very often. We go to the network, and we know them since a long time. Trust me, until about a year ago, they hardly know what Culver City was. We think we are hot, but we are not really international. People do not know who we are. This is our opportunity. About a year ago, we start to hear that, oh, wow, you come from Culver City. We met this really great man who has introduced us to your city as a great venue for the Olympics and FIFA. It's amazing how they know one name only, and that is Dan O'Brien. He is the one who put Culver City on the map. Now they are in the process of contacting their own countries to get funding and money to have this event in Culver City or in LA during the Olympics. Trust me, they have other choices than Culver City that they consider. They have Dan O'Brien's contact information. They have his cell phone number. They have his trust. During this process that is very crucial, they will have questions, they will need more information, they need to trust Culver City. And they will contact Dan O'Brien to do this, so please do not take him off this. He's crucial to the success for Culver City at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tommy Whitaker, followed by Melissa Sanders, and then, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I clicked you by mistake. Go ahead, Tommy, you're next.
Good evening once again, City Council. I'm a current PRCS Commissioner, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself. As we near the beginning of the World Cup, which will quickly lead us to the Summer Olympics in '28, the ad hoc subcommittee that was originally chosen was set for a reason. It is my belief that when the member or members that volunteer or are chosen for these committees step up for placement, it's because that member has a great care for the matter. To change the structure or the members of the committee 3.5 months before the first World Cup game, after a great deal of work has already been committed, doesn't seem intelligent and could greatly set back the connections that have already been established. As to my awareness, former mayor, current Councilman O'Brien, has done extensive work to establish relationships that had not previously already been had for the city. I have the utmost confidence in the fact Councilman O'Brien makes choices for the betterment of the city over anything else, and that this ad hoc subcommittee will thrive as it stands. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Marcy Bond. Melissa, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening again. I'm going to say ditto to everyone who has spoken before us. I really hope that for once, Yasmin, you're paying attention. Bubba, maybe look up from your computer would be nice. Same with you, Freddie. This is disgraceful even for the three of you. How dare you do this? How dare you? It is unbelievable after how you treated New Zealand in that chamber that you have the audacity to try to pull this. You want a conflict of interest? Let me read you somebody's LinkedIn. I am a transportation policy professional with a background in technology and strengths in project management and communications. I make legislative progress at the intersection of urban and environmental policy. I currently work for the LA County Supervisor and Metro Board Vice Chair Janice Hahn, supporting her efforts to enhance mobility across the region. If anyone has a conflict of interest, it is Bubba Fish. And if you think Dan has a conflict of interest and must be removed, then I think that we should take Bubba off of every single vote about transportation and mobility in this city, past and future. I am so ashamed of this city council and how you are behaving. I really didn't think the three of you could get any lower, but you managed to shock and surprise me still.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, followed by Meg Sullivan. Marcy, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, City Council members. I am Marcy Bond. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and not as a commissioner. You know, when you're in a business, and although the council is not a business, it is running the city and making decisions. When you're in a business and you have a point person who has been so incredibly successful for you, the last thing you do, unless you want to destroy those connections that have been made for your business, that have been so vital for your business in order to make it successful, the last thing you want to do is remove that point person, because they are the ones that all of those customers, and in this case, these countries, know and trust. And it would be the biggest mistake and would make Culver City look like a podunk town that doesn't know how to handle its own business. And why would anybody want to come here if they can't keep their own house in order and work together? Work together, do the right thing, keep Dan on the committee, and be smart. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Meg Sullivan, followed by Ross Perot, and then Lana Negrete.
And council members, my name is Meg Sullivan. My husband and I are longtime volunteers and business operators in Culver City. Given the Brown Act complexities described by the staff, it makes sense to retain a single subcommittee for both games. But whatever subcommittee structure you come up with, it's important to retain Councilman Dan O'Brien there. He has established the contacts, credibility, and track record to make the most of this once-in-a-generation opportunity. The conflict of interest concern does not have merit, as the FPC has indicated. In fact, Councilman O'Brien has developed a reputation as an open ear to all perspectives in the city and as a champion of all local businesses, chamber affiliated or not. In fact, he is the only council member that I have ever seen at the meetings of our humble neighborhood business improvement district. And most of those members, like my husband and me, do not belong to the chamber. Far from a liability, the councilman's new position likely will provide valuable synergy, especially given the extent to which the general fund relies on sales and hotel taxes. So stick with this winner. He offers Culver City the best shot at bringing home the gold. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ron Perot, followed by Lana, I'm sorry?
Ross.
Ross.
Oh, I'm
Thanks.
sorry.
Hey, good evening.
And Lana Negrete.
Good evening, Mayor Puza and council members. I'm here to strongly urge you to allow Councilmember O'Brien to remain on the World Cup and Olympics Subcommittee. At the February 9th council meeting, Vice Mayor Fish, you stated that in your role on the LA County mobility, working on LA County mobility policy, you would, without a doubt, recuse yourself if a potential conflict arose in your role on the council. I believe you, and I believe that you have the wherewithal to make that determination. I also know that Councilmember O'Brien has the sound judgment and integrity to do the same in his position on the subcommittee and in his role at the Chamber of Commerce. And barring a determination from a regulatory body like the FPPC, that is exactly how a principled and well-functioning body is supposed to work. The council either trusts its members, all of its members, and trusts that they are principled and smart enough to recuse themselves when appropriate, with the city attorney serving as an additional check, or this is politics, pure and simple. Unfortunately, there are real-world consequences to these particular political maneuverings. Olympic partnerships represent significant potential tax revenue and long-term economic opportunity. Disrupting those efforts, Dan's tireless efforts, midstream risk real financial consequences at a time of serious fiscal peril. Culver City deserves better. Please put politics aside, stand behind Dan's hard work around the Olympics and his proven integrity, and keep him on the subcommittee. Thank you.
Lana Negrete.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Lana Negrete, former mayor of Santa Monica, current council member. I'll be doing this tomorrow night, and so I'm impressed that you guys look like you're getting out here before 4 a.m. So I'm also a Culver City business owner. I have a family business, the Culver City Music Center. My husband grew up here. He's a product of the Mar Vista Gardens and graduated from Culver City High School, so I just want to note that it's very personal to our city, to our family, this city. I want to take a moment to support Councilmember O'Brien. I started working with Dan back in 22 when we both began serving on committees related to the LA 28 Olympic Games. And from day one, he was focused on making sure Culver City wasn't just adjacent to the games, but truly positioned to benefit from them. Dan was actually the first person the call that I made when we started discussing potential spaces for the many countries that we were both meeting with and hosting in our communities. And he always called me right back. We compared notes, coordinated outreach, and worked regionally to create opportunities. What stood out to me most was how he hustled so hard for Culver City. Oftentimes, folks would compete, but instead, he and I worked together, collaborating across our cities. I watched him personally introduce himself to consulates, including the Spanish consulate, and invite them to experience Culver City firsthand and advocate for this city in rooms where opportunities are often decided long before the public even hears about them. That kind of proactive leadership matters. LA 28 isn't just a global event, it's an economic development opportunity, a hospitality opportunity, and a regional coordination challenge. It really takes elected officials who are willing to pick up the phone, build relationships, and do the work behind the scenes. In my experience, Dan has done that consistently with intention, and as a neighboring council member, Culver City business owner, I deeply appreciate it.
Thank
and
you.
Keep Dan on. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Kin G, followed by Dana Sales, Kathy Green-Bratton, Alan Schulman, Janine Wisnowski, Hector Marin, and Denise Neal.
Good evening, Council. We have seen on the world stage right now that no one wants to deal with a divided country. As the federal forces in Washington try to levy one kind of tariff after another, we are seeing trade deals signed with other more reasonable countries like Canada and China. Let that be a lesson to us. It will be an all-hands-on-deck moment for Culver City when we stand toe-to-toe with the commercial forces descending on the FIFA World Cup in 2028 Summer Olympics, competing for contracts and the like. It is not a moment for petulant partisan political pandering or polemics. Let us retain the existing ad hoc 2026 FIFA World Cup and 2028 Summer Olympics Preparation Subcommittee. Do the right thing by Culver City, as we do have clearance from our city attorney and from FPPC. Thank you very much for your attention.
Our next speaker is Dana Sales, followed by Kathy Green-Batten. Dana's online. Dana, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
So I've been sitting here online trying to figure out, after 20-something speakers, what I could say that hasn't been said. For the council, I'm looking at all of you, and all 5 of you will be on the council when the Olympics come in 2 years. This is not an opportunity where none of you are going to be able to participate if some of you aren't on the subcommittee. The real question is, how do you move forward the best people who can execute in a time when LA 28 is behind the ball, the city of Los Angeles is behind the ball, and everyone is behind the ball except for Culver City that already got ahead of the game. We only did this because of the current subcommittee and Dan's leadership. Additionally, there has not been one negative speaker all night dissenting this position to keep Dan on the vote. And I don't understand how the city council as a body could act otherwise when you're hearing the collective voice of a very large cross-section of people in the room tonight, looking to keep the status quo, looking to ensure that the current subcommittee, including Dan, are able to move this forward and see our city thrive as the Olympic Games move forward. This is not a missed opportunity for those of you who are not participating. It's only your opportunity to appoint those who are best suited for this position. Please keep Dan on the committee.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathy Green Bratton.
Yes, hi, Kathy Green Bratton. Good evening, Mayor Puza and council members. I've been a resident of Culver City for about 36 years and taught for over 25 years at the middle school. I am voicing my opinion to show my support for Dan O'Brien to remain on the FIFA Olympics Preparation Committee. I have known Dan since we were both on the board of the Culver City Education Foundation. Dan is a dedicated member of our city who has consistently shown kindness, honesty, and a stellar work ethic in all that he tackles. Dan deserves to continue with the partnerships that he has created for both FIFA and the Olympics. I cannot think of a better person to represent our city. I strongly urge the City Council members to follow the FPPC and the City Attorney's findings that there are no legal or ethical determinations that would disqualify Councilmember Dan O'Brien from continuing to serve on the FIFA Olympics Preparation Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Schulman, followed by Janine Wisnowski, Hector Marin, and then Denise Neal.
Mayor Puza, councilmen, there's an economic consequence that comes to taking your lead salesperson out of the game. Culver City has struggled for the last 4 years, from the pandemic to current. We dealt with the streets changing, we dealt with the strike, we dealt with today people, workers working from home rather than their offices. It's had a major impact on the downtown. 27 to 30 closures in the last 3 years. Now is not the time to make a decision that could negatively impact the economics of the city. It would be a huge mistake. Dan's been an advocate of the residential community and the business community I'm here for 18 years, for as long as I can remember. I think that it would be a tragedy if you took him out of the game at this point in time. He's got a hard enough job. I think it's going to be, I go back to the Steve Rose days. And Steve Rose, it was always that push and pull in the council room of the council versus Steve Rose, and everybody was looking for that neutral zone where they could finally come to agreement and bring the entire city together. As the Downtown Business Association, we kind of have always had a little microcosm down here of 5 blocks. This is going to be the whole city will be impacted. The downtown could be decimated. So I would say keep them in the game.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski, followed by Hector Marin, and then Denise Neal. And Denise, you can unmute yourself. Janine, sorry, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. I thought I had some time ceded to me. I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you
Okay.
can.
There's no legitimate justification to remove Dan O'Brien from the subcommittee, and arguably he is one of the most consistent, most passionate volunteers that our city has ever had, from parks to schools and everything in between. Dan is the super volunteer. A lodged complaint is an allegation, not a conflict of interest determination. It does not become evidence simply because someone complained. There's no FPPC ruling, finding, or formal determination establishing that Councilmember O'Brien has a disqualifying conflict. Structural decisions based on unadjudicated claims set a troubling governance standard. These conflict of interest rules are grounded in the presumption that elected officials can evaluate potential conflicts and act accordingly through recusal. That principle is routinely invoked by the folks on the dais themselves. It's therefore difficult to understand why that same governance standard is not being applied here. Dan has carried significant portions of this work and has built relationships essential to the city's preparation for events of global significance. Those relationships extend beyond City Hall and include international facing connections that position Culver City to benefit from global visibility, investment, and economic opportunity. Disrupting that continuity at this stage creates an unforced error, risks undermining confidence among external stakeholders. Actions like that appear politically motivated rather than functionally necessary, and they erode public trust and generate controversy that's avoidable. It also sends an unfortunate signal to the entire community, present and future, regarding our city's stability, seriousness, and priorities.
Jane, your time
Please
is up.
keep the committee assignments as they stand with Council Member and former Mayor O'Brien on FIFA Olympics. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hector Marin, followed by Denise Neal.
Mayor Puza, council people, I just want to clarify what's understand. I want to understand clearly that the person who is largely responsible for building the trust, the person that's created the excitement that's brought the Olympics to Culver City, the person who stood face to face with international partners, inspired them to believe in our city, is now in danger of losing his front-facing role on the committee. Why? Because of questions raised by a few voices in the community. I am confident that if you ask the thousands of residents who voted for Councilman O'Brien, you would hear a very different perspective. You heard it tonight. Don't take my word for it. Take a poll. Listen to the people. You've heard them tonight. They elected him because of his consistent dedication to the city. They elected him because of his actions aligned with his values. They elected him because he is principled. And those same principles are exactly why he's able to motivate nations to choose Culver City as part of the Olympic experience. He brought them here, he built those relationships, he earned that trust. And when someone earns trust from the community and from international partners, they deserve the opportunity to finish what they've successfully started. Trust the people who've chosen him, trust the nations that believe in him, trust that he remains the right face and the right leader to continue growing this event for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker will be Denise Neal.
Good evening, honorable mayors, councilmen, community at large, and one of my favorites, London Negrete. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad she's here. I'm here to say that I was just in Buena Park, asked to be a keynote speaker for the kickoff for the venture funding, and when I got up to speak in that room about Culver City, Santa Monica, and Los Angeles, it was live streamed to 184 countries. We cannot take Dan out of the place he's in. He's a crucial person. He knows the community, entertainment, education, and now he's a crucial person within the business community, and he's here and knows civic government. Do not undo his work. We trust him. We know him. He's ethical. He listens, just like Lana. And we have the whole world watching. We have $1 trillion hedge fund that's waiting for us to get all our pieces together, Elizabeth, to make sure that we ethically and strategically get all this funding and all this work done. Please don't remove Dan. Please keep the committees intact, and let's work together as a region. This impacts us all. The planets are aligning like this once. It's not going to happen again. So please, let's work together. Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
Great. We'll go to comments from council members. We'll start with Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Thanks to all the speakers that came out, and thanks to staff for the brief staff report. So I'll just run through my notes. So I approach this issue just simply, is it a conflict to lead an organization of businesses in the city and serve on a city body that potentially sets policy that impacts those businesses? The first council meeting of this year was January 12th, where the committee assignments were made. The announcement about the chamber CEO appointment came out after those committee assignments had been made. At the very next meeting, I agendized a discussion, particularly about Olympics and World Cup events because of the timeliness of it. And again, it was in response to that announcement, as everything that I knew about it was a rumor. So at that first opportunity, I agendized a discussion about it because I saw a potential of a conflict. We had a discussion about it in the last meeting, albeit very, very late. And so we are back again at this meeting. I won't, similarly to in the last meeting, I won't direct my attention to the external complaint because that's not the source of my concern. And additionally, most of the ad hoc subcommittees that do deal with business procedures, minimum wage, signage, digital kiosk, none of these meet publicly. And so that's an additional lack of transparency that concern that I had and that I heard. So just to sort of refresh the recollection of everyone, we serve on a 5-member elected city council body. We select from among our members leadership of mayor and vice mayor, and as well as the committees in a period of 1 year for the bodies. I won't get into the role of the FPPC, but that is a separate committee that deals with the Political Reform Act. The definition of a conflict of interest is a situation in which a person is in a position to derive personal benefit from actions or decisions made in their official capacity. A Chamber of Commerce is a regional organization comprised of local businesses that supports the interests of its members. And each chamber elects its leadership and decides what agendas to pursue. So, taking all of those definitions and sort of objective understandings of what the role of the council, what the definition of a conflict of interest is, what our role is as a council, and the duties that we have and selections that we make, again, separate and apart of any external body. The FPPC is separate from us. And so I land tonight where I landed in the prior council meeting, that an individual that has a financial interest to represent a stakeholder should not be making policy decisions in another role that would positively impact that stakeholder, knowing that they're drawing a salary. Again, I raised in the last meeting that there were comments made about direct fundraising from Culver City businesses for the role. So I just lift that up because that in itself is incredibly alarming to myself and others. There were other arguments made, not so much tonight. Tonight was about the character and the leadership of my colleague, which I didn't disparage my colleague in the last meeting, and I don't intend to do so tonight. But again, I am lifting up the role that we have as a council to ensure that we are representing all stakeholders, all community members in our community. So it's not about endorsement of groups, personal attributes, conclusions that there's only one right way to do things or only one person that can do the work. When we focus on the issue, the rule or the application of what is in our power to do and what decisions that have the potential to make, the standard of care that we are held by are the oaths that we took when we assumed these roles. And so the work of this and other subcommittees can be done by any member of our 5-member body. There's no subcommittee that should be considered as belonging to a council member, as these positions are in service to our entire Culver City community. So once again, I lifted this up, again, when I initially learned of it, because I felt that I had a duty to lift that up. I do appreciate my colleagues we've spent a considerable amount of time on this item, both in the prior meeting and likely tonight. But I appreciate colleagues for considering this again this evening. And I hope that we, just decide tonight to ensure that all members in our community know who members are working for in the public and private meetings. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Mayor, can I wait till I hear everyone so I can respond?
Councilmember Vera.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I'm speaking in Italian already here. Thank you for all the speakers coming out and really hearing this back again. To me, it's sort of a no-brainer. You know, we can't say that the FPPC complaint should be separate and apart from this, because that was sort of the main driving of last conversation. I think it's a huge part of why we are here today. Unfortunately, the complaint was rejected. It comes back to, I think 99.9% of all the speakers landed on, trust and integrity and good judgment. I know that Dan possesses all of those and then some. I've known Dan for many, many years, and never once have I questioned his integrity or his truthfulness or his thoughtfulness. And more importantly, his work ethic. You know, I thought I was a madman getting up at before the sun gets up. And on many mornings, he's calling me at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. Hey, you up? I want to talk. I want to run something by you. So I know Dan's heart is there. I know it's in the right place. You know, and there's checks and balances to everything. And I appreciate my colleagues bringing up some of the issues that claim were brought before them. And it's important that we're able to have a space to discuss this. But when everything is put on the table and we have all the information, we land on that checks and balances, but more importantly, the trust issue and the integrity. Not only with Dan, but then the balance portion of it is with our city attorney. On many different occasions, and all council members, I think, have been in that spot where we get a call from the city attorney, hey, there's potential conflict, hey, there's this, hey, there's that. I trust and rely upon our attorneys, our department, to make sure that they have that sort of checks and balances for us. You know, one of the speakers, I think it was Miss Sales, said about trying to say something that hasn't been said already before, and she picked one of the things that I was going to say that hadn't been said before, so I won't even go over it. But everything really has been said, and there has been no negative complaints. I have not received one negative email questioning his integrity or questioning the fact that the mayor and Councilmember O'Brien are on this committee. So I don't know why or how we can come to any other conclusion except option one and maintain the subcommittee as is. You know, I'm in Italy now, and to visit and experiencing these houses firsthand is an amazing experience. And realizing what a fine ecosystem that is established within these countries, where everybody talks to everybody. You know, not only the Olympian houses, but the Paralympic housing, the various sponsor housings. We were talking some of the sponsors that showed me their plans for Santa Monica, and you know the parking lot they're going to use in Santa Monica, and how this is going to create, you know, a once in a lifetime event for Santa Monica. And Miss Negretti's name came up in conversation with that. I mean, so. And then I was talking to the Italian house, and somebody, I believe, from the Sweet House was there, and Councilmember O'Brien, out of all people, I got to come to Italy to hear about Councilmember O'Brien. And it's not made up crap. I have all their information. If anybody wants to check, I'll be more than happy to share it with you all. These are, like I said, a fine ecosystem of individuals that are all in it for the same reason. And it's all about the ultimate goal is creating the best experience they possibly can for the community and for the Olympics. I think Dan and Freddie have put in the work. They've been trustworthy. Dan has gone above and beyond. He had, I hate to say, or dare to say, made this personal. It wasn't more of a council position. And I have to fight back on where, for the most part, subcommittees are created and anybody can sort of plug and play. On this one, it's not. It's a different type of ecosystem, different type of body of individuals, professional individuals that rely on those relationships and sort of contacts that they have. So it's not plug and play like most 99.9% of any other commission or subcommittee. Because I got my cappuccino waiting for me, I'm going to keep my comments there. I think, like I said, Dan and Freddie should be option one, I believe it is, to remain on the subcommittee. And I implore my colleagues, let's not make this political. Let's look beyond that. Look at the city and look at that there is no conflict of interest. And if it is, I trust the mayor, and the vice mayor, and Councilmember O'Brien to be mindful of that, to step forward and say, hey, this one maybe not so much. I got a conflict here and whatnot, and the city attorney to be mindful and also be observant of what's going on. Like I said, please let's not make this political. Let's keep option one and really. And I think Meg Sullivan says, let Dan bring in, and Freddie also. You're part of this subcommittee. Bring in the gold for Culver City. I love that slogan. So let's do it. Please let's maintain what we have going on. I think, Mayor, with that, I'd love to make a motion to move forward with option one, keeping the subcommittee in place with Councilmember O'Brien and Mayor Prusa. Can I get a second on that motion?
I'll second.
Vice Mayor Fish, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Jeremy, for your work bringing this to us. City Clerk, apologies. It's getting a little late. And thank you all for coming out. I appreciate your comments. I did hear all of your comments and just appreciate you taking the time to share your thoughts. I want to start, as I did in the last meeting, by acknowledging the great work that's been done by this committee, especially you, Councilmember O'Brien, for the games. This is a major opportunity to let Culver City shine, and we're going to be well situated for it in no small part because of your leadership. So it's a genuine thank you from me to you. And when the committee assignments came before us in January, there wasn't any public announcement about this appointment. I didn't know anything about it. So at that time, I had no concerns. And I didn't hear any concerns about the council member remaining on these committees. I would never, do this just for political purposes because the results have been very positive. It was what we got was, we've the hospitality house. We're now doing a Pan-African house. There's a lot of exciting things happening, and what's come out of this committee from Vice Mayor Puza and Councilmember O'Brien has been really promising. So it's not about a lack of quality of the work or impugning someone's character. This, to me, was just about whether there's a conflict of interest. And to many of the speakers' points, any one of us could face a conflict given we all have outside employment. We have to as a part of this role. So it's incumbent on all of us to be vigilant for that. And I appreciate, speakers talking about that and, reaffirming trust in the council to do that. I have received a lot of legitimate questions. So deviation from my colleagues' remarks that I actually have received a lot of legitimate questions from members of the community about how the role of the Culver City Chamber of Commerce and its advocacy work, including through its political action committee, its PAC, could influence the council members' decisions. And I haven't heard or been able to give them those answers. Those questions have been echoed by local commentators, community members, who've brought ethical concerns to me. No impropriety, to my knowledge, has been alleged with regard to the committee we're discussing tonight. So I don't feel comfortable removing a colleague from committee assignments in the absence of any finding of wrongdoing. At the same time, I do think it's reasonable to acknowledge that the concerns being raised aren't frivolous, including how the chamber role may impact his work on the minimum wage subcommittee, for example, the Short-Term Rental Policy Subcommittee, and the Digital Kiosk Program Subcommittee, all of which have impacts on our local business community. I trust a council member could speak to those things potentially soon and has been thinking about those already. Just want to reiterate that the Chamber does a lot of great work in our community. They support our business community. They are also a political advocacy organization with a PAC. They endorse candidates. They advocate for policies they perceive to be pro-business. So the Chamber represents, and you know, this is all on their website too. You can find it. So, you know, I found out in the last discussion, I actually didn't know that a request had already been sent by the city, I believe with the council members' acknowledgement, to the FPPC seeking guidance on what matters may require recusal. I think that's a good step, and that's a positive news to me. And while we await that response, I think it might also help to have just a memo from the city attorney's office evaluating the committee assignments that I just mentioned, assessing where potential conflicts could arise, and just providing us with clear guidance to this council on committee membership and participation while we await that FPPC opinion. And I think that could just provide some legal clarity that would be helpful, not just for the council members, but for the community as well. The concerns are real. I think people deserve closure on this. I think we all probably want closure and just to be able to move on, to feel confident that these issues are being handled. So I hope my colleagues will agree with that step. It seems reasonable just to ask for an informational memo, and that hopefully will reassure the public that we continue to take ethics seriously in our city, and we can continue to do the great work that this council has been doing. So appreciate the time. Again, very much appreciate the comments and your work, council member. Thank you.
Thank you for the staff report, and thank you for the public comments. I want to begin by acknowledging the importance of this conversation, and questions about transparency and potential conflicts of interest should always be taken seriously because public trust is foundational to our work. You know, some have said that only Councilmember Bryan is the face of the committee, or that leaders from other countries don't understand that there are term limits, or that committees change, or that staff will somehow let this fall through the cracks. And that framing really concerns me because no single council member is the face of the Olympics. The city of Culver City is the face of the Olympics, and this council collectively represents our community. So no doubt that Councilmember O'Brien has put a significant amount of time and work, and that effort should absolutely be acknowledged. That does not mean any one member is entitled to ownership of a particular assignment. Council assignments are made by the council. They are tools to help us organize work efficiently, and ultimately all decisions still come back to the full council for public discussion and approval. We also need to ensure historical continuity. Not sure if Councilmember O'Brien will be running again, much less if he'll be reelected. Hope that all that, you know, whatever happens, happens. But also in these politically charged times, due process matters. It's important to proceed methodically and fairly, and investigating potential conflicts is appropriate, but acting before we have clear guidance is not. So I would support either one of two options, keeping the subcommittee the same or creating a standing committee of all council members. The subcommittee does not take votes or make final decisions. It brings matters back to the full council. So any binding action comes before us for a vote. And then I would also support, because once we were city attorney, would you be able to clarify, because I think there's some misunderstanding between the FPPC letter that responded to a complaint, and then there was another request for information, and I think it was December of 2025.
Yes. In December of 2025, when Councilmember O'Brien was contemplating potentially taking this position, we submitted on his behalf, the city attorney's office submitted a request for advice letter to the FPPC. That was December 19th. We have not received a response back yet. As you are well aware and from own personal potential conflicts, those can take some time. So, I mean, it's been a couple months. It could potentially come any day now, but or it could be, another couple of weeks or so. That is separate and apart from the complaint letter that was submitted to the FPPC alleging violations of FPPC regulations. That was already responded to, and as other members of the public and the council have mentioned, that it was rejected, finding that there was no violations were not substantiated based upon the information provided. So that's the two different issues, the two different
Thank you.
They're separate. The enforcement section is separate from the request for advice section.
Great, thanks for that clarification. So once we receive that first letter that was sent, the information from that, and then we can go from there if we need, and if it's too general or too broad, we can focus it from there. And those are my comments. I'll turn it to Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much to everyone for all your words. I really appreciate it. A lot of you I've known for a long time, and that I've built trust in the community. So it sounds like we're going to move forward the way I would like us to tonight, but I do want to address some of the things said on the dais here. So I didn't know a lot about the legal definition of conflict of interest in terms of, sitting on this dais and being on two different bodies, and I've become pretty good at it. And I wrote a letter. I was told I had to write a letter to respond to the complaint, and I did a lot of research, had some attorneys help me, and I feel like I have a pretty good grasp of it. And I've ChatGPT this down to just a couple paragraphs, and I'm just going to read it. Under the law, a public official may not participate in a decision in which they have a financial interest. I receive a fixed salary from the chamber, no bonuses, no commissions, and that salary comes from the general membership dues paid by about 419 businesses. Hopefully that will grow. For a conflict to exist, a city decision would have to have a reasonably foreseeable and material financial effect on my source of income. Given the chamber's size and broad membership, that would require a substantial and direct impact on the organization as a whole, not something speculative or indirect. The chamber is not primarily a lobbying organization, and actually does not currently have a legal PAC. That prior to my time on the chamber, they didn't file paperwork, it dissolved, so there is not a PAC right now. Its mission is general economic vitality. And if a specific issue ever created a direct nexus, that's an important word in the definition, between my public role and my private employment, I would seek FPPC guidance and recuse myself if required. There is no automatic conflict simply because I serve in both roles. I remain committed to transparency, compliance, and serving our community with integrity. That should be the end of the discussion. So to reiterate it, for there to be a nexus, my position here would have to create a situation that would impact my financial situation materially. And that could be kind of usurped if that same decision affects the public generally. So if there's a general benefit to the public, even if I received some, which I don't think I will on most cases, because the chamber is so diverse. There are so many members. There's everything from nonprofits to mom and pop to the big companies in town. And there's a lot of businesses who are not members, a lot of them. I would guess probably 90% of the downtown businesses are not members of the chamber right now. I hope I can bring them in. I think it would be good. But just because a decision impacts a handful of businesses, if I voted against or for something, if they joined the chamber or didn't, or left the chamber, it wouldn't impact my income. Because there's another 400 plus businesses that are contributing, 90% of which are small businesses, mom and pop businesses. So I acknowledge Mayor Puza's, well, not concern, but his statement that continuity, that there should be some through line of continuity, and I agree, and I think that's what our staff is. Our staff is more of a through line and continuity than, I'm sorry, folks, anyone on this dais but me. I'm sorry. I can call 40 plus national leaders, in the Olympic space or local consuls general, and talk to them. I know the difference between all the different types of Olympic houses. I talked about the Independent Cities Association conference that we had over the weekend. Exactly a year ago, we had one of the executives from LA 28 speak to the 40 plus members assembled in the conference, and they were all frustrated because they weren't getting anything out of LA 28. And someone raised their hand from one of the council members from another city raised their hand and says, well, do you have an example of a city that's doing it right? And the LA 28 executive said, yes, Councilmember O'Brien from Culver City. I mean, so it's unique. It's a unicorn situation, and it's because I'm passionate about it. I think I'm the only one here who is deeply passionate about sports. I've loved the Olympics since I was a single-digit youngster. A former gold medalist, decathlete, I share the same name with him, Dan O'Brien. And we're both from Idaho, too. So it's just, it's inextractable, the connections and the relationships that I built. And I think it's really critical. It's a part of a diplomatic effort that is engaged, and it's a series of trust-building exercises over time. So it would be starting from square one to terminate that. And pulling me from this, it would just complicate things, because because I love the city. I'm not gonna stop doing the work, but now we have a Brown Act issue. Like, how do I communicate the information across the way? So it doesn't make sense legally. It doesn't make sense from the work that I've done. And I appreciate if we can all vote to move forward on option one. And as soon as the FPPC response comes back, and I'm happy, Councilmember Fish, to get the city attorney's opinion on everything else, because clearly this is going to be a concern. But I've dug in deep on this, and situations like the MOU directly with the chamber, with the body of the Chamber of Commerce, yeah, I got to recuse myself, which I did. But if there's questions like the minimum wage, we'll fly it up the pole and see what the opinions are. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on the table.
We do.
Mayor, I just wanted to support your initial suggestion of a 5-person body. The reason I want to bring that back into consideration. It's in my experience in my day job, I'm working for Supervisor Hahn in the 4th District of LA County, which does not touch Culver City. But the Metro Board went from a committee for the Olympics to a special meeting for the Olympics, for the Games and the World Cup, and I've seen it be successful. And I think that could be an opportunity to allow, and I just think as a side benefit, it's really not related to what we're talking about tonight in terms of conflict of interest, but I think it could just allow for more transparency, have the meetings be public as a standing committee, and allow for the 5 of us who, as one speaker pointed out, are all going to be a part of the games. There's all these different aspects of the games. There's mobility, there's business, there's sports. So I just want to +1 on your suggestion, Mayor, and see if others are interested in it.
Thank you. All right.
Mayor, if I may, I would support that as well. And I also just want to, this came up earlier with the PRCS issue with the food trucks. We're already seeing a lag with requests to the FPPC in terms of clarity. So I just wanted to sort of flag that as something that's just an overall concern for me, particularly in the light of the minimum wage, because we actually had a different iteration of the council, I think the last time that item was before us. And I think the discussion at the time was adding $1 to put us on par with LA, but unfortunately we didn't have the votes to support that. Again, we're not discussing that in this conversation, but that was some years ago. And if we'll be having, and I don't know if that specific request was raised in the letter to the FPPC, but just thinking about the length of time that it's taking for some of these things to come back and having the additional review is just something to flag in terms of if we're trying to be above board and we want the state body to review potential conflicts. I mean, minimum wage is, to me, a clear conflict, but perhaps as we've seen tonight, throughout the night, there are many ways to look at many of the issues that come before us. So I will speak from the eye and folks that have contacted me. So just sort of want to lift that up as something that is a flag in terms of actually turning things around for community members. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. We have a motion and a second on the floor.
Yes, we have a motion by Councilmember Vera and a second by Councilmember O'Brien, and that's
Sorry. Okay. Go ahead and share the rest of the motion.
That's to leave the ad hoc 2026 FIFA World Cup and 2028 Summer Olympics Preparation Subcommittee as currently constituted, which is selection 1B.
Great.
And
can I do a substitute motion?
Oops.
Yeah. I'd like to go with option 3, the biweekly or monthly reports at city council meetings. I don't have an opinion. Again, timeliness is always something that is a concern. So I don't have strong opinions in terms of whether it could be utilized in combination with option 1 or 2 if folks feel strongly about that. But I do think that we should add a level of transparency to these discussions and hopefully some of the other ones that came up tonight. But for the motion, option 3.
I would be willing to agree with that if, with keeping the subcommittee and having staff report back to the council in front of the public at, similar to the way we did the homelessness.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Might I butt in 1 second, Mayor?
I didn't hear him.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I can then, if we if that's the case and Councilmember McMorrin wants to do a substitute motion, we can maintain the subcommittee as is now with a monthly report back to City Council. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, that's not what I said was option 3 was biweekly or monthly report, so I would leave that to staff discretion. And I didn't put a preference on either options 1 or 2, but I think the key piece is receiving feedback from the full city council for me, which is what I lifted up in the substitute motion. Thank you.
So do we have to vote on that one?
Yes, the substitute motion gets voted on first.
Okay. And
If it gets a second, which I think it did already.
I didn't see one. I only have the motion.
Can I just confirm that this keeps the subcommittee?
Was there, Councilmember, in this concept, the idea of having special meetings as opposed to a subcommittee so that the body as a whole, and it could be quarterly even, just to reduce the labor required for staff. I'm curious if my colleagues have thoughts on that concept.
We meet a lot because there's a lot going on. Sometimes every week. And I know people's schedules are strained.
Okay, good to know the cadence. Go ahead.
Yes, so what's important to me again is report backs, whether biweekly or monthly, and receiving feedback from the full city council is what I am interested in this substitute motion. So if folks would like to.
Councilmember, can I get clarity? Would it be the ad hoc subcommittee reporting back as an agenda item? A discussion item that would provide an update as to what they've been doing for council to weigh in on, much like the other subcommittees come back?
It could either, because remember, I didn't make a specification on option 1 or 2 about that. So for me, it's just as long as there's receiving feedback to me, whether that's from a subcommittee or staff, I just want to make sure that the body has an opportunity to give feedback. I know you're probably looking for specific language.
I have a suggestion.
Okay.
Since it can be both, maybe you take the substitute motion. It's just specifically with regard to the report backs and the biweekly to monthly report backs to council to get full city council input. You can take that motion, and then you can go back and talk about what you want to do with the subcommittee as a separate motion. Would that help
So just vote
move things
on
along?
the current motion on the table and then have a discussion about what to do with the ad hoc committee.
Right. That might help move things along. Just a suggestion, but the council can proceed in any manner it wishes. But you do, I don't know if you got the second yet, but once you do, you'll have a substitute motion that you need to address anyway. And I think the substitute motion, my understanding, and Councilmember McMorrin can correct me if I'm wrong, she just is specifically made a motion on the report backs and the council input on a biweekly or monthly basis as determined by staff, is my understanding what the motion is.
Correct.
And I seconded that.
Yes, I just saw you seconded that. So now I'm going to put it into the system. Okay. We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, a second from Vice Mayor Fish, to direct city staff to put a regular item on the agenda to provide an update to City Council on preparation activities for the 2026 FIFA World Cup and 2028 Summer Olympic events, and receive feedback from the full City Council. How do you vote, Councilmember Vera?
Nay.
How do you vote, Councilmember O'Brien?
I'm going to vote yes.
How do you vote, Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fish?
Aye.
Mayor Puza?
Aye. And next,
You.
I'd like to make a motion to.
That motion
Oh, sorry.
passes. 4 ayes, 1 no. No from Councilmember Vera.
We're ready.
Hold on 1 second, I have to get back. Okay. Ready.
I'd like to make a motion to move forward with 1B. And then separately, this is not related to the motion, but agendize a conversation about the possibility of establishing a standing committee. But we have to get through the FIFA's way too close.
I'll second that. Can we add, it sounds like Councilmember O'Brien's amenable to it, can we add the city attorney letter, informational memo that we're requesting about the subcommittee assignments as we await the FPPC opinion letter?
Since that's like completely separate from all this,
Sure,
I
we can do a
recommend not
second,
be
sure.
doing it separate at the end.
Okay, thank you.
And it could also just be direction.
Yes, it can be just a 3 nodding heads thing.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get clarification, because I don't have that last sheet on the paperwork. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor. Is it okay to ask a quick question?
Sure, yes.
Is 1B then leaving the ad hoc subcommittee as is for the 26 FIFA and 2028 Summer Olympic presentation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so I have a motion from the mayor, waiting on a second.
Second?
Second.
Councilmember Vera has seconded it for 1B. Please vote. Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember O'Brien?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Fish?
Aye.
Mayor Puza?
Aye.
That motion passes, 4 ayes, 1 abstain from Councilmember McMorrin. And A4 was removed from the agenda, so we are on to public comment for items not on the agenda.
The
and we-
direction, so I just want to
Oh,
Get 3 nodding heads.
get 3 nodding
sorry.
heads for that informational memo while we await the FPPC decision. Opinion.
yes, we've got 4 nodding heads that I can see.
Great.
Mine's nodding too, you just can't see it.
Okay.
Can I get clarification? I heard a
Yes.
couple things. I heard informational memo.
Regarding
To remind the
I'm
council.
sorry, can we be quiet, please? Thank you. We're still on the item. Thank you.
Just to remind the council of city attorney's role in conflicts. We don't make the determination. We help council members walk through the evaluation and the criteria and all the rules and help them so that they're in a position to determine whether to participate in something or not. So I wanted clarification. I'm trying to think what that memo would look like, other than I could lay out all of the issues and how you would evaluate it. But I also thought I heard somebody say something about submitting a request to the FPPC to get guidance on those 3 items and whether there's a conflict. And so I just need clarification on whether that was the request or.
For me, it sounds like that might have been mine, but depending upon what the December FPPC letter says, if it's too general, too broad, to request, so to send a letter to the FPPC with any past or potential conflicts, and then asking for specific guidance on how to move forward.
Okay, on those 3 issues, the minimum wage, short-term rentals, and kiosks,
Sure.
although the kiosk, I think there's a kiosk item coming on March 9th, so
Yeah.
we'll have to evaluate that and talk with Councilmember O'Brien to see if there's any potential there, but
And if
we
we want
haven't looked at it, so.
And if we come to that point of creating that letter, can we visit the topics again at that time?
Okay, so you're suggesting wait till the FPPC response comes out for the initial request for advice?
Yes, because my understanding that that request has already been made.
Yes, and I'll just clarify, the request is whether there's a conflict from Councilmember O'Brien serving on the council in addition to his role as serving as chamber president. We don't know how specific they will get. It's possible they are more generalized in saying whether it's compatible or not, and they might say that, individual agenda items will need to be analyzed separately. It's also, council members have mentioned the ZWIC letter, which seemed to be more broad and actually, that was a Santa Monica council member, more broad and actually did weigh in on items. We don't know yet what kind of a response we're going to get back. So I think what the mayor is suggesting is that we see what the response is first and then go from there. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
I think, so I'm fine with that plan in terms of how we interact with the FPPC. I think what I'm hoping for is some clear guidance now in terms of, for example, the minimum wage subcommittee. I would love for us to be able to make progress in that subcommittee, but as it's formed now, I don't think that would be appropriate. So I think it would be great to get guidance, from your office.
Okay. I'll be happy to, if there's 3 nodding heads, I'll be happy to lay out all of the issues and evaluation with all of my city attorney caveats that you'll see in the memo.
And can that be something the public sees in terms of just your opinion, just your advice? Can that be something, because it's really something the public needs to know.
Typically, that would be attorney-client privileged. I can look at whether there's a possibility of extracting the conclusions or some sort of, if there's interest from the council in being able to share some things publicly, I can look at the feasibility of being able to create like another kind of statement that could be shared publicly. But in order to get into the in-depth analysis of the conflicts, it will necessarily be attorney-client privileged, the document.
Thank you for looking into that, just to see if there's anything we can share with the public about this so that we really can hopefully address it and beyond to other business. And then of course, council member, if there is a committee that you feel, I guess what I'm trying to understand is what are the next steps with these committees, because it would be good to not have some of these policy matters stall too long. So if there's anything we can do to make that process smoother without having to do another, I don't know how many other meetings we want to really do on this subject. So that's what I'm asking, if there's any way that we can, if you already know that you don't think that you want to be on this committee or that, yeah.
Let me evaluate that. I won't take a long time. I do want to make clear that any staff can speak up. I have not put the brakes on that subcommittee at all. It just, Mayor Puz is on it with me. It just hasn't come back to us. I haven't delayed that in case that was being alluded to. But yeah, I'll evaluate those 3 myself.
And I wasn't intending to suggest that either, yeah.
And Mayor, just for clarity, why are we waiting to do another inquiry on the additional subcommittees?
If the first inquiry provides that information.
We included the subcommittee in the first inquiry letter, so they are aware of that, or so that's why I'm asking.
It was just about the Or maybe I didn't hear you correctly, but it was about the relationship between Councilmember O'Brien and the chamber.
Right.
But it possibly could include, but no talent, we have no idea.
Possibly. I mean, to be honest, I think it's unlikely they will get into specifics. But I don't know. It's hard to say. But I just, based on how the letters they've issued in similar situations with chamber council dual role, they haven't gotten in specifics. So they haven't said they can participate in these kinds of items and these kinds of items they shouldn't participate in. They haven't gotten that specific.
Okay, thank you.
And let me just also clarify, this is a discussion to try to get in relation to the three nodding heads, because this broader discussion is not on the agenda. I'm trying to elicit information in order and respond to questions in order for the council to make a determination whether they want to give three nodding heads to provide some sort of other direction.
I'm Councilmember Moore and then Councilmember O'Brien. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, City Attorney. I would be curious about submitting the additional requests around the subcommittees, if there's a possibility that whatever advice that is outstanding will not include those subcommittee, will not weigh in on that. So as opposed to waiting, as we know that there's been some gaps, because I'm sure lots of people are reaching out to this body for clarity, if we can submit now or soon, maybe we'll get a response sooner than waiting until the other letter comes back. It might not have it, then we're delayed additional time. So that would be my request.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to be the city attorney, the party pooper always, but I can get three nodding heads on an informational memo, because that's just requesting information from staff. But I think something more formal as to submitting a request to the FPPC would need to be agendized first as a discussion, because it's not on the agenda. However, Councilmember O'Brien is hearing all of this, and if he would like to pursue that without having this to have to come back to council for direction, hearing how his colleagues feel, then that is also an option.
I will submit those three requests this week.
Thank you.
Well, if we're assisting you, it may not be this week, it might be, yeah.
I'm sorry?
If we're assisting with submitting the request on your behalf like we did before and like we've done for all the, for other council members, it may not be this week. It may, because it's going to take some doing to put that together. So it might be next week at the very latest.
Okay, thank you.
But we'll expedite at your request, Councilmember O'Brien.
And I'm sorry, just to get clarity, what are folks specifically asking for?
Whether there's a conflict of interest with Councilmember O'Brien participating in the minimum wage issue, the short-term rental issue, and the kiosk issue. Although we're not going to get anything back on kiosks, it's coming March 9th, so he may have to we might have to evaluate that, and Councilmember O'Brien may need to make a determination of whether there's a conflict or not, because unless that gets moved, which is up to the council, but that's coming March 9th. Yeah, and it's more on the issue, and if there's a conflict on the issue, then that would necessarily be a conflict for the subcommittee, and we really should be issue-focused with the FPPC.
I wanted to elevate just the signage also. I think there's an overlap there as well. Thanks.
And if I may, this is a little bit off, but just for the sake of the public, I hear you, what you, in your description of the conflict of interest, Councilmember O'Brien. I just wanted to share more about the Zwick, I apologize, the council member in Santa Monica, the opinion letter, basically, and he also only, to my knowledge, receives a salary. I don't believe that council member receives a bonus or any commission, but the ruling was that all housing matters, all housing production matters. He had to recuse himself on. So I just wanted, it's not the same situation. So we'll wait to hear what the opinion says, but I mean, that's why I am glad we're taking it seriously and going through the proper channels, because that was a pretty broad decision and, it has consequences. So
Mayor, I'm sorry, we can't talk about this.
We're getting a little on the line. I think we should wrap it up quickly, if you don't mind. Thank you.
But we're good on that last one. That was just direction, right? Yes. Okay, great. We will move on to.
Sorry. It wasn't direction. I think it was more like Councilmember O'Brien heard you, and because in order to give direction on that, we'd have to agendize it.
Thank you.
But he, as the person, he has the authority himself to ask us for assistance to submit that without any discussion or action by the city council. So what he is reassuring the council that he plans on doing that in consultation with our office.
Great. Okay. Any items from members or requests to agendize? We'll start with this, Councilmember Vera.
Mayor, thank you very much. Yeah, I'd like to
We have public comments.
adjourn. I'm sorry?
Please continue.
Okay. Adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of former council member and Mayor Carol Gross, who passed away on the 19th of this month. If I can get 3 nodding heads to adjourn in her memory.
Yes.
Wow.
5 nodding heads.
Thank you. That's it, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment, 90 seconds each.
Denise Neal.
Okay, good evening one last time. I'd like to know if there are some meeting dates that we can establish for some Zoom meetings and in-person meetings with the public-private partnerships, Manchester Bidwell, and the hedge fund, and some other entities to be able to put in place what we need. And I also like to know the status of our multi-jurisdictional law enforcement substations for Fox Hills and Ivy Station, and whether or not we're going to try to get the funding to try to make that FIFA bots field happen, because we really need that field. And this the simplest, quickest way to be able to monetize that, if we can shore it up and get it temporarily laid out and then permanently laid out for the community's use. Thank you.
Any items to agendize? Councilmember O'Brien? Councilmember McMorrin? All right, we'll move to, sorry.
It's all right. I just wanted to ask for 3 nodding heads to agendize exploring a potential drive-through ban in Culver City. There are several municipalities that have already passed bans on drive-throughs, and we are experiencing quite a bit of community conversation around one project. So that project notwithstanding, they're environmentally harmful and difficult for cities to develop good walkability. So I want to see if I can have 3 nodding heads for that discussion to come to the mobility subcommittee.
I see nodding heads from Mayor Puza and Councilmember McMorrin and Vice Mayor Fish.
Thank you so much.
To go where?
It could go to the mobility subcommittee potentially, or wherever staff suggests.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ready? All right, and we're going to do the 2 adjournments. Councilmember Vera, would you like to go first? Or if you're going to say anything?
No, I'll prepare something for staff they can put out, but thank you so much, and yeah, adjourn in her memory.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin, would you like to say anything?
Just As a Black woman elected official in the United States, we and many of my peers stand on the shoulders of the Reverend Jesse Jackson, his work to build bridges and coalitions to lead to more civil rights in this country, to lead for folks to be treated fairly. Our giants are passing, and it reminds us that civil rights, these wins are very fragile as we watch them be rolled back. And just want to lift up all of his work with the Rainbow Push Coalition, all of the work that he did with MLK and other civil rights leaders. He was a pioneer in supporting the LGBTQIA community, and the Black community sometimes struggles, so that was really key leadership at that time. So, and he was the first Black man to have an actual shot at running for president as well. So, just a storied career. Condolences to his family. I have a Spelman sister who's his daughter. So, just love and reverence to all of the work of Reverend Jesse Jackson. Thanks for the time.
Great. And can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor Fish, a second by Councilmember Vera. Please vote. How do you vote? Councilmember Vera?
Aye.
Councilmember O'Brien?
Aye.
Councilmember McMorrin?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fish?
Aye.
Mayor Puza?
Aye.
Wow. Unanimously, we are adjourned at 11:16:08. Thank you, everyone.
Breakfast in Italy now. Come on, guys.
Woo! Can I get a cappuccino and a cortona?
You got it. Bye, everybody.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Let's try it. I'm ending this.
Yeah.
Zoom.